Start. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this session is held via an e-conference platform, Kudo. For participants who join the session on Kudo, you will be able to turn on your microphone and camera only when your request to speak has been submitted and accepted through the platform. Kindly note that remote simultaneous interpretation of the proceedings is provided by the United Nations for the purpose of facilitating communication in light of the fact that there are 6 official languages of the United Nations, 4 of which are used at ESCAP. Participants are requested to be mindful of the additional difficulties experienced by interpreters when working in remote mode and of the increased likelihood of disruptions to the audio feed to the interpreters. Only the speech or intervention in the original language is authentic and constitutes an authentic record of the proceedings. In case of any inconsistency between the interpretation and the speech or intervention in the original language, the latter shall prevail. In addition, interpreters servicing remote meetings cannot be held liable for interruption of service, pixelation, freezing or loss of visual input, partial or complete loss of audio, audible artifacts, unauthorized access to personal or confidential data, leaking of information due to inadequate soundproofing, and/or data loss. Thank you for your attention to these matters. It is now my honor to invite United Nations Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCA, Ms. Armida Salcia Alice-Jabana, to deliver her opening remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to the 4th Asia-Pacific Review and Appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, or MIPA. I wish to thank the members and associate members of the Commission, the Intergovernmental Organization, UN partners, stakeholders, and older persons for joining this meeting, as we also mark the 20th anniversary of MIPA. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Asia-Pacific Informal Regional Network of Focal Points on Aging for supporting the organization of this review and appraisal. Over the last 2 years, all of our lives have been affected by COVID-19 pandemic, older persons in particular. This has brought more attention to the growing number and share of older persons in Asia and the Pacific. The reality is that older persons contribute to our economies and societies across the region. They make contributions to every sector. They produce food in rural areas and cook and sell it as street vendors in urban areas. Older persons drive public transportation, including taxis, tuk-tuks, and buses. They lead some of the most successful companies in our region, and they form an integral and much loved part of our families. If we put this in numbers, there are now about 630 million people aged 60 years or older in the Asia-Pacific region, representing 14% of the population. By 2050, their number is projected to increase to 1.3 billion, or 1/4 of the population. The majority of older persons are women, with up to 61% in the age group of 80 years or older comprised of women. People are living longer than ever before. Healthy older persons are able to participate in the labor force, and they often want to continue in their job to contribute longer to the society. However, in many countries, older persons, especially older women, do not have income security and often have to work in the informal sector. Many have inadequate access to healthcare and pensions, making them highly vulnerable. Older women are the main providers of long-term care in the household. They also look after their grandchildren. They perform this work without any pay and rarely receive any specialized training. Older women are one of the largest contributors of unpaid care work in the region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we must broaden the view of older persons by recognizing them as agents of development. With many parts of the Asia-Pacific region rapidly aging, we must take concrete steps to provide environments in which our elders live safely, securely, and in dignity and contribute to societies. First, we must continue to invest in social protection and access to universal health care throughout the life cycle. Financial security is needed so that older persons can stay active and healthy for longer periods. Second, older persons should have lifelong learning opportunities. Enhanced digital literacy, for example, can close the gray digital divide. Third, addressing age-based discrimination and barriers will be crucial to allowing the full participation of older persons in economies and societies. Ageism intersects and exacerbates other disadvantages. Combating these disadvantages will contribute to better health and well-being of all. Finally, we must invest in quality, long-term care system to ensure that older persons can receive affordable quality care. We must integrate long-term care and mental care with healthcare services. We will not be able to continue to rely on unpaid care in the future. Distinguished participants, adopted in 2002, the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging already provides a comprehensive action plan complementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It also complements the United Nations Decade on Healthy Aging. Over the next 3 days, we will hear about progress and gaps in its implementation. We will also learn about good practices and future priorities. We must reflect on how to address future challenges, such as pandemics, as well as climate change and issues that may emerge. And we hope that at the end of this meeting, member states will adopt an outcome document that reflects consensus in the region to accelerate the implementation of the Madrid Plan of Action in Asia and the Pacific. I thank you.
Albeit unable to be here, we thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, for your inspiring opening remarks, which set the stage for this meeting. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to invite the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Liu Zhenmin, to deliver his opening remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to address you at the Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting on the fourth review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the Second World Assembly on Aging and the Madrid International Plan of Action. This important milestone falls at a time where the world must urgently take stock of the rights of elder peoples in society and the realities of an aging population. People are living longer lives. In 2021, there were 753 million people aged 65 years or over globally, and the share of older persons in the global population is growing rapidly. By 2050, 1 in 6 people will be aged 65 years or elder. But we have not yet succeeded in building a society for all ages. The inordinate impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the world's elder persons is a tragic testament. We need renewed momentum and swift action to advance the international aging agenda. Implementing the Madrid Plan for Action will require forward-thinking, rights-based, and gender-sensitive policies. We also need to pursue new opportunities. A strengthened response at the regional level is essential to drive global action forward. This is why the regional review and appraisal process that you initiated is crucial. This region knows what an aging society looks like. 1 in 3 of persons over 65 live in Eastern and Southeastern Asia alone. By 2050, some 572 million elder persons will live in that part of the region, more than doubling in number from today. Highlighting the progress and the gaps in implementation of the Madrid Plan of Action at the regional level can help identify and illustrate effective policies and practices, and demonstrate how the Plan of Action can contribute to delivering the Sustainable Development Goals at the national, regional, and international levels. I invite you all to seize this moment, reinforce your collective efforts, and engage diverse stakeholders, including elder persons, in these policy dialogues. I invite you to think across all the interlinkages between aging and our most pressing global challenges, including climate change, conflict, and social and economic security. And as digitalization continues to accelerate the pace, I encourage you to tap comparative advantages of the region to put forward ideas on how to harness digital technologies to promote socio-economic changes that empower elder persons and better integrate them in the mainstream of development. I wish you all an inspiring meeting, and I look forward to hearing your plans and ideas on the way ahead in the global review to be held at the Commission for Social Development in 2023. I look forward to welcome you to New York. I thank you.
Thank you, Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. It is now my honor to invite Ms. Claudia Mailer, United Nations independent expert on the enjoyment of all human rights by older persons, to deliver her opening remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, it is an honor for me to address you today via video message. First, allow me to warmly thank Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, for inviting me today to contribute to this important conference on the implementation of the Madrid Plan of Action on Aging, to which I would like to offer a human rights perspective as the UN independent expert on the enjoyment of all human rights by older persons. In 2002, the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging became the global aspirational policy document on aging, aiming at responding to the opportunities and challenges of population aging in the 21st century. While MIPA is not a human rights document, it contains a number of references to human rights and adopts a conceptual approach that is in accordance with human rights principles. There are new emerging issues such as the coronavirus disease pandemic, climate change, and digital transformation, and their impact on people in older age, which needs to be discussed. From my perspective, there are additional layers which also need to be addressed, like gender or other grounds of discrimination, because inequalities get aggravated in older age. MIPA, along with the current international human rights framework, have shown their limitations, especially in the face of the recent global challenges. Since I started my tenure in April 2020 as independent expert in the beginning of the pandemic, I have stressed on several occasions that the lack of a comprehensive international legal binding instrument dedicated to the promotion and protection of the rights of older persons has significant implications. The absence of inclusion and recognition of age discrimination and ageism in the current human rights framework has the most impact on the lives of older persons. As we know, the impact of the COVID pandemic has horrifying for millions of older persons, especially those in need of long-term care. In many countries of the ESCAP region, COVID-19 related deaths have been linked to older age, particularly in long-term care facilities in some high-income countries. Cases of neglect and elder abuse were also on the rise, as well as the overall increase in age discrimination and ageist attitudes, leading to trauma and stigma. The COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated the current legal provisions are not enough to ensure the dignity of people of all ages. Ageism and age discrimination are very often not clearly addressed and very easily justified. Ageist attitude and negative stereotypes were visible in public discussion and the media. There seems to be a rollback because the positive age images have been deleted. Older persons were once again framed as dependent, frail, and vulnerable beneficiaries and described as dispensable, and very often as causes for the restrictions of the rights. The positive contributions of older persons, especially older women, as carers for older and younger relatives, were not taken into account. In the face of new challenges, while the population continues to age older, policies and laws related to health and social support systems need to be adapted to the new and growing needs of society. Older persons are the most heterogeneous group of the population. A specific age limit will not serve the purpose of defining who might be part of the older person's age group. States must adjust their current social and health policies to the needs of older persons, including services that consider gender and disability. Older persons must be recognized as rights holders and should be able to exercise their rights in all circumstances. A human rights-based approach for older people will enable us to combine efforts and therefore maximize the benefits available to older persons. It will also increase the human rights protection of older persons. It is important to prevent older persons from becoming dependent. To do so, states should promote active and healthy aging, foster age-friendly environments, protect autonomy and active participation in all aspects of society. Access to health services should also be improved by providing for those living in rural and remote areas. To maintain maximum independence and autonomy of older persons, much more should be done regarding the use of and access to new technologies, as well as education, employment, transport, and housing. The translation of all these measures into a comprehensive international legal framework would contribute to give states guidance to better implement MIPA and lead to an inclusive and age-friendly society. Older persons have a lot to contribute to our societies, and we should never forget human rights do not diminish in older age. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all a fruitful, forward-looking discussion for all our future and the next generations of older persons.
Thank you, Ms. Mehler, for your insightful statement. It is now my honor to invite Ms. Eva Sabdono, Executive Director, Yayasan Emong Lansia, to deliver her opening remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and may peace and health be with you all. First of all, allow me to express my deepest gratitude to UN ESCAP for giving me the honor to deliver the voice of older persons as opening remarks at the Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental meeting today. As mentioned, I'm Eva Sabdono. I'm the Chairman of the Board of Alzheimer Indonesia, and as well Executive Director of Yayasan Among Lansia. Population aging is a global and regional megatrend and has significant implications for sustainable development. Unfortunately, history has shown that growth and development is seldom equal, even within the finest of democracies. We have learned that many older persons in regions are still denied employment or the right to vote, uncared for if sick, abused in many ways, live in poor condition with no sanitation at all, and pushed aside or forgotten in emergencies and disasters. Only a small portion have a pension, and many older persons are choked by seemingly inescapable poverty. It is this reality that prompts so many of us, including you, all of the distinguished guests present here today, to want and strive for positive change. The challenges of the 21st century require that everyone, young and old, work together, dispelling ageism and contributing to develop a sustainable society for all ages. MIPA 2002 has contributed creating that space for engagement of older persons in the development process. During the last MIPA review, government and society were aware that they need to adapt their social and economic system to the reality of population aging. In this regard, I'm pleased to say that on September 14, 2021, Indonesia's President Joko Widodo, or commonly known as Jokowi, signed a presidential decree of the National Strategy on Aging, a collaborative and coordinated strategy for all related stakeholders. It is understood that the circumstances of older persons are different in each region, but the inclusion of older persons in the development process remains a common challenge. Although much progress has been made around the world, older persons continue to be viewed as mostly welfare recipients or as a burden on society, instead of also vibrant, active, and valuable persons with knowledge, skills, and experience that contribute to the national economy, society, communities, and families. I would like to remind all persons present at today's meeting on the final declaration and recommendation of the parallel NGO World Forum for the Second World Assembly on Aging in Madrid, 2002, which I also attended, about the need to build not only a society for all ages, but also a society which pursues well-being and social justice, and which focus on putting the human being and its dignity at the center of its objective. Last but not least, we request the United Nations support for an international and universal human rights instrument that would help to obligate governments to provide, protect, and help older people to surmount their challenges to a quality of life with economic security, good health, social inclusion, and safety that all human beings should have a right to expect. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your close attention and for your sincere considerations.
Thank you, Ms. Sabdona, for your compelling remarks highlighting the role of civil society. I now turn to the Secretary of the meeting to conduct the election of officers while reminding everybody to keep your masks on at all times, please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's now my pleasure to conduct the election of officers for the Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting on the fourth review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. The meeting will elect one chair and two vice chairs. I'm pleased now to invite nominations from the floor. I recognize the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea. You have the floor, madam.
The delegation of the Republic of Korea has the great pleasure to propose the following Bureau of the Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting on the fourth review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. Her Excellency Ms. Aisha Muhammad Didi, Minister of Gender, Family and Social Services of the Maldives, as the chair. I further propose that Her Excellency Ms. Millicent Cruz Paredes, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of the Philippines of ESCAP, and Her Excellency Ms. Majia Chef Yusof, Secretary General of the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development of Malaysia, to be elected as vice chairs. We are sure that under the able leadership of this distinguished Bureau, all the tasks assigned to us will be achieved successfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea has nominated the following. For chair, Her Excellency Aishat Muhammad Didi, Minister of Gender, Family and Social Services of the Maldives. And for the vice chairs, Her Excellency Millicent Cruz Paredes, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative to ESCAP of the Philippines, along with Her Excellency Mazeh Yusuf, the Secretary General of Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, Malaysia. Would any other delegation wish to second the nominations made or propose alternate nominations? I recognize the distinguished representative of Indonesia. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of Indonesia has the great pleasure to second the nomination made by the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I thank the distinguished delegate of Indonesia for seconding the nomination. Would any other delegation wish to take the floor? I see none from the floor, and none from Kudo, and none from the Kudo platform. I therefore have the honor to declare the following delegates elected to the Bureau of this meeting. For chair, Her Excellency Aishat Muhammad Didi, Minister of Gender, Family and Social Services of the Maldives, and for the vice chairs, Her Excellency Millicent Cruz Paredes, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative to ESCAP of the Philippines, and Her Excellency Mazia Yusuf, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development of Malaysia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating the newly elected chair and vice chairs. with that small musical chairs, it is now my honor to invite Her Excellency Aishat Muhammad Didi, Minister of Gender, Family and Social Services of the Maldives, to conduct the meeting from this point forward. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, wish you a pleasant good morning. On behalf of all Bureau members, I wish to express our warm appreciation to the distinguished delegates for the confidence reposed in us. It is my distinct honor and privilege to serve as chair of the Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting on the fourth review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. I hereby call the conference to order. Welcome to the Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting of the fourth review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. Let me begin by extending my appreciation to the ESCAP members and associate members, international organizations, and stakeholders in attendance. I would also like to thank the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific and the regional partners for organizing this important meeting. Distinguished delegates, the topic we will be discussing over the next 3 days represents a global and regional megatrend. Asia and the Pacific is home to 630 million persons of 60 years or older, or 60% of all older persons globally. Importantly, compared with other regions, Asia and Pacific is aging very rapidly. Population aging is a human success story, resulting from improved public health, medical advancements, and overall social and economic development. The growth in the number of older persons and in the share of the older population affects economies, societies, and the environment. Given the speed of aging in the region, countries must act fast to respond to its challenges and opportunities. 20 years ago, United Nations member states adopted the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, or MIPA. This global guiding framework on population aging covers all dimensions of aging in a holistic and comprehensive manner. It presents a shared vision of building sustainable societies for all people. It focuses on population and development, advancing health and well-being into old age, and ensuring enabling and supportive environments. Since 2002, digitalization, climate change, and more recently COVID-19 have emerged as trends affecting the health, rights, dignity, and the overall well-being of older persons in many different ways. This regional review and appraisal is an opportunity for member states and other stakeholders to take stock and to discuss these emerging issues. In preparation for this meeting, member states have completed national voluntary surveys on the implementation of MIPA. They held national consultations and reviewed their policies, action plans, and programs. Some of them followed a bottom-up approach, met with older persons' organizations and Council of Elders to identify achievements and challenges. At the same time, ESCAP, with support from its United Nations regional partners, held consultations with non-government stakeholders such as CSOs, the private sector, or academics. Summary reports of the survey responses and the stakeholder consultations were drafted and provided the basis for 2 information papers submitted to this meeting. More recently, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted vulnerabilities of older persons as they have suffered disproportionately from the health, social, and economic impacts of the pandemic. They have faced neglect or mistreatment during lockdowns. Yet many of them were also at the forefront of providing essential life-saving support to their families during these difficult times. The challenge for all countries is to ensure that older persons are included in any efforts to build back better towards a more just and sustainable future of Asia Pacific and the world. The fourth review and appraisal of the Madrid Plan of Action is a historic opportunity to review the implementation of the Plan of Action in the context of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the recently adopted United Nations Decade of Healthy Aging. There is no better time than now to exercise cooperation between states, international organizations, and other stakeholders to accelerate the implementation of the Madrid Plan of Action and to build on the synergies with these guiding frameworks. I encourage everyone to participate actively in this three-day meeting, including the general debate and roundtable discussions. Importantly, Member States also intend to adopt an outcome document at the end of the deliberations that will guide our work in the future. Our discussions will then be forwarded to the global review of the Madrid Plan of Action at the Commission for Social Development in New York in 2023. Excellencies, at this point, allow me to say a few words about the extraordinary circumstances of this meeting. As you are aware, this meeting is being organized using a hybrid modality. While we have a few delegates joining the session physically at the United Nations Conference Center here in Bangkok, many are joining us virtually through Kudo or via YouTube. Due to these circumstances, time management is essential to enable the smooth running of this meeting. We therefore kindly request your cooperation, firstly, to tailor your interventions to issues directly related to the agenda item, and secondly, to keep within the time limit prescribed for them. I thank you in advance for accommodating these requests. Please note that I and my colleagues in the Bureau will enforce time limits strictly so that we can give all the delegations the opportunity to speak. Delegations present at the UNCC wishing to take the floor may do so by raising the nameplates. Delegations who are joining us virtually through Kudo may do so by pressing Request to Speak button. Conference room officers will take note of these requests and include them in the list of speakers. Please note that the Kudo chat box is to be used for connection-related technical questions only and not for substantive comments and/or discussion. For those wishing to make comments, we request you to ask for floor by pressing the Request to Speak button in Kudo. Please bear with us in case there are many delays or technical glitches in view of the extraordinary circumstances in which this meeting is being held. The Bureau seeks your cooperation in steering this meeting to a successful conclusion. We look forward to rigorous discussion and achievement of the expected outcomes. Continue. We shall now take up agenda item 1, adoption of the agenda as presented to you in the document escape/MIPA/IGM.3/2022/L.2. Are there any comments on the annotated provisional agenda which has been circulated well in advance by the Secretariat? No comments.
Yes.
As there are no comments, the annotated provisional agenda is adopted. Regarding the report of the meeting, it will be procedural in nature and adopted under agenda item 4 of the annotated provisional agenda. Substantive proceedings of the meeting will be captured separately in the form of an account of proceedings and annexed to the report after the meeting. The account of proceedings will be compiled after the meeting and circulated to members and associated members of ESCAP for fact-checking and agreement in consultation with the Chair. In addition, as indicated in the annotated provisional agenda, there is an outcome document of this meeting. From 15th March to 4th April 2022, all ESCAP members and associate members were invited to provide written input to the draft outcome document. This was followed by informal consultations which took place from 20th April to 3rd June 2022. The outcome document was then placed under silence procedure from 8th to 11th of June 2022. No objections were made by members and associate members of the Commission. The facilitator of the informal consultations, Ms. Huda Ali Sharif, permanent representative of the Republic of Maldives to ESCAP, then forwarded the outcome document to the meeting. The outcome document has been edited and translated, and along with the procedural report of the meeting will be posted on the meeting website by 12 noon on 1st July 2022. Before we conclude agenda item 1, I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide some housekeeping announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I provide some quick reminders for delegates and participants joining us via the e-conference platform Kudo. To select the preferred United Nations language, the language selector with drop-down menu is available on the lower left of your screen. When you want to make interventions, kindly click Request to Speak button. When the chair calls upon you to take the floor, the microphone and camera icons will turn into red. Please click Unmute the microphone and turn on the video and deliver your intervention button. Do not click Done Speaking until you have completed your intervention, as this will cancel your request to speak. Once you have completed your intervention, kindly click Done Speaking. For technical issues related to Kudo, kindly click Technical Support tab under the messaging icon and type your message there. Our technician will assist you shortly. The Secretariat will be monitoring the messaging in Kudo. However, the Secretariat kindly requests that all substantive questions or interventions be raised through your delegation by using the Request to Speak button only. And finally, to prevent echoes and interference, please stay on the floor language when you speak and ensure all other devices connected to Kudo in the same room are turned off. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this concludes the opening of the conference. I now close agenda item 1 of this morning's agenda. Distinguished delegates, we will now begin deliberations under agenda item 2. Review of progress and challenges in accelerating the implementation of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging 2002 in Asia and the Pacific. It is now my honor to invite the Deputy Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Mr. Kaveh Zahidi, to moderate the high-level panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. And once again, good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the high-level panel at the 4th Review and Appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. We have a very exciting panel with us, a very experienced set of panelists who are going to really guide us through this session. We benefit first and foremost from Her Excellency, Ms. Aishat Mohammed Didi, our Chair and Minister of Gender, Family and Social Services of the Maldives. We've asked her to stay on during this panel. Ms. Didi, prior to this appointment, was also Maldives High Commissioner to India and has served in the Ministry of Gender and Family between 2005 and 2008, and was also a member of the UN Task Force on Gender and the UN Task Team on Youth and Adolescence. So an incredible wealth of experience and we look forward to hearing from her. And I had a sneak preview yesterday, and it was a delightful conversation, and look forward to learning more. We also have Mr. Naohiro Ogawa, who is the Professor Emeritus of Population Economics at the College of Economics at Nihon University in Japan. Our third panelist, Dr. K.S. Reddy, the current President of the Public Health Foundation of India. And the fourth panelist is Mr. Eduardo Klein, the Regional Representative of Help Age International Asia in the Pacific. And nice to see you here, Eduardo. Welcome. Delighted to see you again. So allow me to start us off with the first round of questions to our panelists, and starting with you, Excellency, Madam Chair. The Maldives is of course, a small island state that is now rapidly aging. What in your view are the priority issues on aging that you are facing, including, given your own background, from a gender perspective?
Thank you, Excellency. It's a pleasure to join the high-level panel discussion and to have the opportunity to share some of our experience and lessons learned in the context of a small island nation, which is now aging rapidly. The population of the Maldives is less than 500,000 people. At present, 5% of our local total population accounts to people 65 years and above. This figure is expected to increase to 12.7% by the year 2045 as a result of the continued increase of life expectancy in the last 30 years. The present government of Maldives, headed by President His Excellency Ibrahim Mohamed Solih, became effective in November 2018. A 5-year strategic action plan is the guiding policy framework that provides the overall developmental direction for national planning in the Maldives. Under the social protection policies of this strategic plan, we have strategies to strengthen the national social protection mechanism through the provision of essential social services and income security measures, especially for older persons, and it is a priority of the government. The National Elder Policy was endorsed in 2018, and it is the first of its kind in the Maldives. This policy is set within a rights-based framework and highlights the promotion, protection, and fulfillment of 6 rights: the right to life with dignity, right to health, the right to work, the right to property and inheritance, the right to social security, and the right to freedom from violence. Based on these policy areas, we have come up with the Maldives National Plan of Action on Older Persons. This was endorsed in 2019, and again I would like to say it's the first national plan on older persons for Maldives. And we plan to implement the state obligations under international human rights instruments Maldives is party to, the United States Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the MIPA, UN Principles for Older Persons, and the government's manifesto and SEP, with the focus on the aging population. Our action plan identifies 4 policy areas, and it consists of about 34 priority actions to be undertaken in collaboration with 10 stakeholders in the 5 years from 2019. And we focus on care and support, independence and participation, health care and well-being, and preparation for aging. We believe preparation for aging is a priority because of the expected doubling of the aging population in the Maldives. So anybody above the age of 50, we are now starting to prepare them through purposeful workshops and training to prepare them for aging. In our country report, the details of some of our work will be presented. Today, what I would like to emphasize is that old age inequality resulting from lifelong disadvantages, it can be alleviated through good social protection and redistribution If we can review our social security systems and provide community-based services to reduce inequality between older men and women. For small populations, although highly dispersed, this is possible in the Maldives, and this is the direction in which we are working. We have a trend in Maldives that men have been working in the formal sector and women have been seen as caregivers who work in the informal sector. This is for the older population. So for those who are aged today, the women are unable to save any of they had not been able to save anything for their future or to apply for any government schemes or loans. A purposeful intervention was brought in the Maldives Pension Act 2009, which has enabled equal opportunities for those who are working both in this informal as well as non-formal sector without any discrimination and equal opportunities for both men and women. I will talk more about that hopefully later and let the panel discussion continue. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it really is fascinating to learn, you know, exactly as you said, how you are preparing the society and people for aging well ahead of time. And that's what so many countries face. And also the intersection between the aging, the social protection, the gender issues. There are enormous intersections that have to be taken into account, especially if you're designing policies like the ones that you have on pensions for the formal and the non-formal sectors. Thank you so much for that insight, Excellency. Professor Ogawa, Professor Emeritus of the College of Economics at Nihon University, I'm coming to you next. Many countries, many of us, look to Japan as an example of how to prepare for an aging society. But 20 years after adopting the Madrid Plan of Action, how do you believe that the population age structures have changed in our region of Asia Pacific? And because of this, do we now have to, in a way, revise or rethink our concept of old age? Professor Ogawa, over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well, thank you.
Okay.
But we can't see you.
In the past several decades, you know, the Asian population's age structure has been changing dramatically, particularly in the 1960s. At the end of the 1960s, the growth of the world population peaked out, primarily because of many countries started having a declining fertility, including some of the countries in the Asian region. And because of this decline in fertility, proportion of the young population below 15 relative to the working age population has been shrinking over this. This trend has been still underway. In contrast, the proportion of 65 and over relative to the working age population
We seem to have lost Professor Ogawa. Professor Ogawa, you might have to request to speak one more time and then turn on your audio and camera. Excellency, just bear with us one moment. This is the obligatory technical faults that we now have as part of all of our meetings. Maybe we can move on to our next speaker and then circle back to Professor Ogawa when we get him back. Excuse me. Maybe I can come to you, Dr. K.S. Reddy, President of Public Health Foundation of India. From your perspective, could you maybe help us understand what are the public health challenges that are affecting older persons? And of course, we're interested to know how is India addressing these? So, Dr. Reddy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Clearly, for a large country of India's size, population aging poses an important public health challenge which needs to be handled with great sensitivity and efficiency. We are really looking at three elements. One is, what are the health needs in terms of not only preserving health over a long life course. Secondly, what are the health conditions or disorders that require timely diagnosis and effective care? But also, what are the nature of services that need to be provided in terms of an array of services, right from health promotion, diagnostics, timely treatment, rehabilitation, and palliation, but also how affordable and accessible are these services. India has the second largest population of the elderly after China, 140 million, with a rapid rate of rise anticipated from 9% of the population in 2015 to 19% by 2050, which means that India by 2050 will have at least 320 million elderly persons, almost the size of the United States. And we recognize that India is experiencing a fairly rapid health transition in which right from early midlife years to the elderly years, we are seeing a large number of chronic diseases coming up, coronary heart disease, stroke, the entire gamut of cardiovascular disease, including peripheral vascular disease, cancers, diabetes, renal disease, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, osteoarthritis, Alzheimer's, dementia, depression, disorders of eye health like cataracts and macular degeneration, dental problems, hearing problems, and of course, urogenital problems in the elderly, both among men and women. But along with that, we see a huge amount of mental health, not only Alzheimer's and dementia, but loneliness and depression coming up. All of those need to be really looked after, particularly as we are moving from joint families to nuclear families. There are many social challenges. And people should not forget, while talking about chronic diseases, that the elderly are also prone to infections, a variety of infections from respiratory to urinary infections, and are much more prone to public health emergencies like COVID to succumb with complications. So all of these need to be looked at. And there is also the background of impaired nutrition among the elderly, which needs to be really looked at. And all of these have been catalogued, and particularly in a recent study called the Longitudinal Aging Study of India, called the LASSI study, published in 2021. And these are exacerbated by socio-demographic disparities and inequalities. And gender becomes a particularly contentious area where we see women not having often the ability to access health services or the ability to have financial capacity to purchase health services unless the state steps into act. So there are many challenges that we are facing, but we are indeed gearing up ourselves in order to meet all of them, because ultimately what we really require is to ensure that health is promoted all across the life course, not in a segmental fashion only at the end of life. And we do need to ensure that healthy aging becomes a reality rather than disability care only in the later years of life.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. And being worried that we might lose you, let me go straight into the second round and ask you the sort of a bit of a follow-up question. I mean, with this extraordinary challenge ahead, obviously, as we heard from the Maldives, having this longevity of thinking and planning and investment is vital. So could you tell us a little bit more about, with all of the challenges that you outlined, the health needs, the care, the conditions that need care, the nature of the services, in India, how is India managing to, in a way, prioritize or specifically address the health needs of the elderly? What are the steps being taken to sort of in a way lock in the services and support needed specifically for the elderly population?
India developed a national policy for care of the elderly in 1999, and then subsequently has been revising and updating it. And the national program for the health care of the elderly was initiated in 2010, and again has undergone further modifications. And this covers very many areas relevant to the healthcare of the elderly, and also the guidelines provided by the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities also have been incorporated in this area. There is also a national mental health policy which also guides the mental health care of people across all age groups, but particularly paying attention to the elderly. But I believe there is a great opportunity now to look at the levels of service, like the primary healthcare centers and the community health centers are being strengthened in order to provide fairly dedicated care to the elderly. District hospitals are being strengthened in order to provide, again, more specialized care for the elderly. And there are dedicated indoor and outdoor services for the elderly. And now with digital health having come in, it both offers a challenge and an opportunity. And particularly with telehealth services, the elderly do not really have to travel far. They can get advice at home. And if need be, assisted by primary healthcare workers or by community health workers belonging to NGOs operating in that area. And we are also looking at medical rehabilitation and therapeutic interventions, which are particularly required for the elderly. And when we are looking at this, we are looking at therapy, activities of daily living being promoted and protected, physiotherapy, rehabilitation, and health promotion through effective information, education, and communication, so that self-care is also promoted in a big way, so that they're not entirely dependent on others. And here we are really looking at not only the government, but the community-based organizations, the non-governmental organizations playing a big role, and they do in India. But one of the most important lessons we have learned from the MDG era is that we should not start segmenting by age and fragmenting by health condition. We ought to really build a comprehensive healthcare, including comprehensive primary healthcare. So even while we may be looking at programs specifically for the elderly, in terms of additional attention, every single national program, whether it is the program for cardiovascular disease control or cancer control or mental health program, all of them must have definite components looking at the health needs of the elderly. And therefore, it ought to be accommodated in every single national health program in a seamless fashion. And comprehensive primary health care, which we are now adopting as a part of our national health policy, and which will be starting at the village level health and wellness centers and urban health and wellness centers, is the right platform for providing these kind of services. So every single national program should now have a facet of elderly care, and that's going to be absolutely important. I think the important element that needs to be emphasized further is it's not merely the program design, but also developing a multi-layered, multi-skilled health workforce that is absolutely critical, because we need competencies to be developed for delivering all of these services. And unfortunately, most of the health workforce has not been sensitized adequately or skilled sufficiently in order to address the health needs of the elderly. And that is something that we must address both in the public sector, the private sector, and the voluntary sector in a big way. And ultimately, our goal should be to keep the elderly fit and functioning rather than frail and feeble.
Thank you. What a perfect place to end it. But very, very much take your point. I mean, for some of us, it's almost overwhelming, the scale of things that you need to manage. When you talk about 320 million elderly persons potentially by 2050 and how to put in place the systems. But I did take note of not only many of the solutions, including the digital solutions you mentioned, but your final point that we shouldn't segment by age, that we have to build comprehensive healthcare. In a way, we have to mainstream the care for the elderly across the health programs, and I guess by extension across the social protection program. So thank you very much, Dr. Reddy. That was a fascinating insight into the situation in India. Excellencies, allow me to turn to our next panelist, Mr. Eduardo Klein, the regional representative of HelpAge International in Asia and the Pacific. Eduardo, you've been representing civil society for many years, and from the civil society perspective, and of course from the sort of 20 years of experience after adopting the Madrid Plan of Action, What do you think we've achieved? That's a big question. What have we achieved, and really, what are the big areas that what still remains to be done? Eduardo, over to you.
Thank you, Kader, for the opportunity. I think MIPA has highlighted some very good models, good approaches to population aging. It has motivated governments to think in a more coherent manner about the issues of older people. Recently we heard Indonesia, for example, launching the national strategy on aging, or Vietnam developing this so creative intergenerational self-help club model. Thailand, in this period, developing some old age allowance to ensure income security in old age for all older people, no? Over 60. Likewise in China. So we see in many countries there have been models, there have been steps, there have been government decisions taken, but we also have witnessed in this period uneven commitments, weak scaling up of good practices, sometimes and not infrequently. Laws, decrees, strategies have not trickled down to the communities. They have remained as statements of good intentions, and they have not been accompanied by budgets. In many cases, as I said, there have not been comprehensive approaches to implementation of MIPA. But in general, I would say in these 20 years, MIPA has been extremely positive. One gap that we see is that MIPA has been focusing on older people, but population aging is what is gripping the minds of governments, and they have been forced to grapple with demographic change and the implications, the economic, the social implications of the changed demographic structures. And while MIPA focuses on older people today, I think the approach to population aging would allow governments and civil societies and the private sector and all and everyone to think in a more systematic manner. Not only the education system, the health system, how we produce, how we consume in a more sustainable manner. The world has changed a lot more than sometimes we appreciate between 2002 and 2020. If we take a picture of 2002 and a picture of 2020, we would see that the world is I wouldn't say is better, is more complicated today than it was 20 years ago. The awareness of climate change, the awareness of this convergence of crisis, all that is making us think that MIPA has run its course. It's running its course, but it's time to start thinking about what comes next, how to redesign societies in a way that we connect older people's rights to the dynamics of population aging, to climate change, to technological change, and other macro processes. But in general, I would say that MIPA, summarizing, has had achievements, has some gaps, but it's a process that we all cherish and we all engage, because we know it can make a difference in the lives of concrete older people. Thank you, Carl.
Well, thank you so much, Eduardo. It's always fascinating having a conversation with you. And, it's of course, I think we all feel some sense of ownership of MIPA, and it's good to hear your reflection that it has sparked change, in the countries, certainly of our region, but there's this big question of what comes next. So let me turn that back to you. I mean, what must governments and civil society do now to build societies for old ages and not just deal with the aged or aging populations of today?
Thank you. I think we need to rethink aging. Who is old? What is older people? If we think of previous generations, I mean, I would say somebody who is my age now, 50 years ago, was a survivor. Very few people lived over the age of 60. But now we have such an expanded longevity that, and sometimes our mindset are still stuck to what aging or what an older person was in the past, without looking at older persons, how they are in the future, not looking at how many years people have lived, but what is lying ahead. How many years have people ahead of them, and what to do with that life. So if we rethink that, we will see that we have to abandon this idea of that sometimes is prevalent in the mindset of some policymakers, some civil society, this mindset of older people as a vulnerable group, or as a burden to society, because you have to pay more health, you have to pay the pensions, cover the costs, the fiscal strains of that. But we gradually are coming to realize that older people are a huge resource to societies. So if in Asia we are going to have 1.3 billion people who are over the age of 60 in 2050, in a few years' time, then we have to see that 25% of the population cannot be considered burdened, vulnerable, or idle. They are active, they reach old age healthier, more educated, more able, more willing to work. So the role of all of us, government, civil society, private sector, everyone, is to rethink societies in a way that we create space for all generations, especially for those older people, to contribute in work, as has been mentioned before, in all spheres of life. So we also have to understand the minutiae of aging. A group of 75 or 80-year-olds is more diverse than a group of 40-year-olds. In what sense? For example, you have 75, 80 years old who are neurosurgeons and can perform the most delicate surgeries, or professors, or can run 10-kilometer marathons. But at the same time, in this group of older people, you have people who can hardly button their shirts, or do not remember what they had for breakfast, or the name of their closest friends. So it is more diverse than a group of 40-year-olds. And societies have also got to prepare to this vulnerability, to this situation, potential situation of people as they age, but at the same time to foster, to gather, and sorry we didn't hear Professor Ogawa, because he's very good providing those examples, who foster the capacities of older people. In order, societies will need the effort of everyone in the future. And the last point that I just wanted to make is that government, and it's great that we have the opportunity to talk to them, have to take into account that older people are not a problem for society, but that they are a critical element for national stability, for renewal, for growth. And I'm sure we will achieve that, but we have to change our global mindsets about aging. Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you so much, Eduardo. Thank you for your passion. Indeed, we have to deal with our aging mindsets in a way, and that's something I hope we can count on you and all of those who are part of this process as we build towards this review in New York. I think that we do need a little bit more outreach to begin to unpack some of the many issues that are involved in promoting active, productive, and longer lives within our region. And Eduardo, you requested it, so we always respond to your request because we've managed to get Professor Ogawa back. Professor Ogawa, I hope you can hear me and you can come back. So you started to tell us a little bit about how the aging structures in Asia and the Pacific have changed, and the question was, how do we revise our concept of old age, which is exactly what Eduardo Klein has just encouraged us to do. So, Professor Ogawa, over to you, sir.
Okay, I hope this time it works. In the past several decades, the Asian population age structure has been changing dramatically. in the 1960s, at the end of 1960s, the growth of the world population peaked out, primarily because of the fertility started falling in various parts of the world, including Asia. And the proportion of the young population below age 15 relative to the working age population has been shrinking since then. And in contrast, the elder persons aged 65 and over remained unchanged for a long time. Roughly since when the plan of action, Madrid plan of action was adopted, the proportion of the elderly person 65 and over relative to the working age population started rising, and this trend keeps on going even now. But the interesting thing is that 30 years from now, the number of the young population, of Asian population, will be exceeded by the elder population here in Asia. We call this the reversal, the historical reversal of population, and this is the first time that the Asian population experiences. So I think you were in the middle of the very dynamic stage of the population age structure change. And then if you look at the entire Asia, as you know, that Japan is most Asian society. And if you look at the 65 and over of the Japanese population, it corresponds to about 29% of the entire population, which is by far the biggest, highest among all the countries. But many Asian countries have this retirement and aging surveys. I use the data from these surveys, and in these surveys, they ask a question to the elder person, just give them 10 words, and then right after that, they ask how many words they can remember. We call it immediate recall score. And I use this immediate recall score for each elderly person, calculate the effective dependency ratio. And the results are very different. But if you look at even the age profile of the cognitive score of the Japanese population, and compare that with the Western countries, Japan is not that bad. In fact, Japan falls right between Germany and France, and it's way better than most of the South European countries. And if I calculate the age dependency ratio using this cognitive function score, immediate goal score, then results are very different. Japanese, the age dependency, the cognition adjusted age dependency is fairly close to the mean of the continental European countries. And so Japan, if you look at the conventional, the demographic data, the chronological age data, then Japan is by far the highest. But if you adjust the cognitive functions, then Japan is not that bad. In fact, falling right in the middle of the European level. So that's different. And on top of that, together with my colleagues here at the Asian Development Bank Institute, we use the WHO's global burden of disease data. Everybody has disease, once you get old. And use this disease-based information and incorporate into the age structural data. Compute the age structure again, then the results are very different. If you look at the conventional, the age dependence ratio, there's huge differences, even within Asia. But if you calculate or if you incorporate disease information into this age structural index, then you have a completely different picture. Within Asia, the difference is very, very small. So in other words, if you incorporate health-related variables like cognition-related variables or health or disease-based information, you can see the entirely different result. So I'm saying that maybe from now on, I think more and more research is needed with regard to the remeasuring the population aging. And by doing so, we can produce more innovative results, which could be utilized for formulating more effective policies to cope with the rapid population aging in Asia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ogawa. And let me maybe continue this conversation with you, because with this fast-changing profile, as you mentioned, and that many countries are seeing. We've heard from India, we've heard from Maldives, we've heard from many of our member states. I think quite a few countries look to Japan to see what to do about it, right? As an example of a country that was in a way at the forefront. So what can we learn from the Japanese experience in addressing the challenges and opportunities of population aging?
Well, I think I can talk about it later, but I think the point is that the Japan is, as you know, we have an aging problem. We're struggling with our own problems. Back in 1978, government of Japan said population aging no problem because we have strong the prevalence of the multi-generational living co-residence. Maybe we can cope with the aging problems by utilizing this conventional or traditional family system. But that didn't happen. In fact, it changed. Because of the more women has to go into the labor force, and the government couldn't afford the medical care services, so on and so forth. So I think the in-home care was promoted by the government. So co-residence became an increasingly difficult solution. So in other words, back in 1978, the government said co-residence is Japan's latent asset, but our asset is sort of disappearing because of rapid change in socioeconomic system, labor market development, so on and so forth. So in other words, we're struggling. But of course, by looking at the Japanese struggle, the Japanese process, although it's a very tough one, a very difficult one, but I think developing countries in Asia can learn what Japan has done, what kind of mistakes Japan made. I think they can learn something constructive by looking at observing my country's experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ogawa, and we very much enjoy listening to you, and we'll make sure that we provide some of the linkages to the research and the work that you have done for the benefit of our own process here. Thank you so much. So that brings us a full circle, Madam Minister, back to you. I mean, we heard so much from the panelists, and not just about the changing dynamics, the changing profile, the changing mindsets that are needed. This very much the long-term vision that is needed, and in all of this, it's not a static picture, as Professor Ogawa just reminded us. Certain assumptions about family structures and family care, etc. These dissipate quickly, and we had the opportunity to talk about exactly that yesterday. So coming back to you, Madam Minister, tell us, if you don't mind, a little bit more about Maldives and the work that you've recently undertaken to have a more comprehensive approach to aging, including through pensions reform and the other initiatives.
Thank you very much. It's been such interesting discussion, and such thought-provoking conversations that could arise from the discussion so far. With regards to the work we have done, I would like to specifically talk about the Pension Act and the change it has brought to the Maldives, both positives and negatives. In 2009, when we got the Pension Act in place, it's a multi-tier pension scheme. And we have the basic pension scheme so that anybody over the age of 65 would get a nominal number as pension. And then you also have the retirement pension scheme, which is a defined contribution for people who have worked and contributed over the years. With the basic pension scheme, the aim is to target poverty alleviation and to reduce gender discrimination. The minimum level that we are paying at the moment, it's about Maldivian rupiah 5,000, which is something like between 4,400 to 500 US dollars. And all Maldivian citizens are eligible to receive basic pension from age 65. What I would like to discuss today is the concept of fine. We ensure that poverty is minimized, poverty, especially poverty in the older generation, poverty among the senior citizens, by ensuring that they have access to the basic pension which they would draw. What I would like to talk about is the challenge of how the pension is used by the older, by them. Do they use it for themselves, for the betterment of their lives, or do they still use it to provide for the younger generation? Very often we find that the people who are above 65, they have been so responsible as citizens for their families, for the community, more than spending the money on themselves. They keep contributing it towards their families, the extended family structure. And this is one of the areas we work with when we prepare people for aging. How to let go of responsibilities for the younger generation and to look after themselves, to be happier, to be better for themselves. And one of the things that is needed to ensure that they have access to their funds and to the use of their funds is through internet banking. And this means, again, the digital world, the digitalization for the older people that we've been talking about, teaching them about. And our pension office has workshops, and they do constant work to provide people with knowledge of using their mobile phones for internet banking, and how so that they do not have to physically go to a bank, but they can use this for, and during COVID time, we were all reduced to using internet banking. So that was a very good opportunity to introduce internet banking. Another area that I would like to talk about is how our pension scheme reduced the gender disparity among the older population. In 2009, if you looked at the working population who were retiring, most of them were men. It's the women who were going into age 65, most of them had not done formal work. And the informal or home-based work that they had done, because it was not registered and because it did not contribute towards their retirement pension scheme, they did not have much. So a basic pension scheme helped to ensure that they were earning or they had access to funds and that they did not become part of that poverty gap. So, I believe it's an example of how the gender gap in old age or gender gap among senior citizens can be reduced if we ensure equal access to a basic pension scheme for everybody who reaches that age. Again, going back to the discussions that happened earlier, one of the things I would like to note is the importance of 65 is a number. It doesn't make us. How do I say it? Just turning 65 doesn't make us into people who can't do what we were doing when we were 64. So let us continue, help us who are above 65 to talk, to be part of the discussions that relate to who we should be or the policies that would guide our life. Let the senior citizens participate in making decisions about their lives. How can we who are here today, how can MIPA, how can government policies ensure that their voices are heard? They are the wisest among us. They have led their lives. They have contributed to the development of nation building in difficult circumstances, much more difficult than the world of today, in challenging manners. Let us hear their voices. Let us ensure that their participation guides who they become or what the policies that we put in place for them are. So let me end there with this statement. Thank you for the opportunity.
No, thank you so much, Madam Minister. I think these are the fundamental questions, and if my colleagues would permit me, I would spend the whole day on this conversation because it goes to the core of really what is interesting to us and what we want to unpack. We don't have that luxury, but I think that for me, I'm very much struck by one theme which repeats itself, which is this need for much longer term thinking, not just thinking about how do we deal with, if that's the right word, our current aging population, but looking forward to a time when the number of young people in Asia Pacific will be exceeded by the number of older people, as Professor Ogawa said, maybe in the next 30 years. Are we ready? Are the countries ready for this fundamental shift, the fundamental shift that requires all sorts of changes in the health systems, the digital health, in care, in services, in social protections, in pensions, and most fundamentally, in ensuring active and productive lives along this aging continuum, without any differentiation, as you say, Madam Minister, between this age and the next one and the next one. So with that, allow me to thank our magnificent panelists, of course, our chair and Madam Minister, Ms. Aishat Mohammed Didi, Mr. Professor Ogawa, Dr. Reddy, and my friend Eduardo Klein. And if I could ask just for a round of applause for the magnificent panelists. I now hand back, Madam Chair, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Zahedi, and the panelists for the discussion. I think this discussion has enriched this meeting. This concludes the high-level panel discussion. Delegations will now have an opportunity to deliver country statements. As I earlier mentioned, delegations who are physically present in the conference room are asked to please raise their flags. Delegations who are joining us virtually through Kudo may do so by asking for the floor using functions available in Kudo. The Secretariat will help compile the speakers list in which the requests have been made both physically as well as through Kudo. Please bear with us in case there are any delays or technical glitches in view of the extraordinary circumstances in which this meeting is being held. Since this is an intergovernmental meeting, standard procedures allows for interventions by government delegations of members and associate member states, then observer countries, intergovernmental organizations, followed by representatives of stakeholder organizations, followed by UN bodies and specialized agencies. Please also note that statements made by each member and associate member state should not exceed 4 minutes. Statements made by observers, intergovernmental aid organizations, United Nations entities, or stakeholders should not exceed 3 minutes. I will first call on the delegates in the room wishing to take the floor, and I will then call on the delegates joining us online.
We have the Philippines.
I now invite the distinguished delegate of Philippines to take the floor.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, the government of the Philippines reaffirms its unwavering pledge to empower older persons, their families, and their communities. This thrust is in pursuit of our constitutional mandate and commitment to various international agreements, specifically those embodied in the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. In recent years, the population of Filipino older persons, 60 years old and above, is steadily growing as a result of ongoing demographic transitions in the country. Hence, their well-being has become a critical component of the overall development of the country. The country has implemented strategic interventions to ensure the well-being of older persons and empower them to participate in the development process. The overall strategic act for the well-being and development of older persons are laid out in the Philippine Plan of Action for Senior Citizens for 2019 to 2022. In terms of policies, Republic Act 9994, or the Expanded Citizen Senior Citizens Act of 2010 provides privileges such as discounts on goods and services and government assistance. Republic Act 11223, or the Universal Healthcare Act, gives preferential treatment to older persons in the provision and access to necessary and timely health care. Republic Act 11350 creates the National Commission on Senior Citizens to ensure the full implementation of laws, policies, and programs of the government pertaining to senior citizens. Republic Act 7432 mandates the establishment of the Offices of Senior Citizens Affairs in cities and municipalities to ensure the implementation of local level policies and programs for older persons. And the Bayanihan We Heal as One Act, or Republic Act 11649, which allowed the local government units to facilitate the distribution of the social pension for indigent senior citizens. The country has also initiated various interventions to empower the aging population and support older persons' participation in income-generating work by institutionalizing support mechanisms and policies such as the anti-age discrimination in employment law, among others. These policies empower abled senior citizens to continue being productive members of society by participating in stimulating local economy and contribute to national development. With such initiatives, poverty levels among senior citizens dropped from 14.4% in 2015 to 9.1% in 2018. However, Filipino older persons still experience functional difficulties and socio-economic challenges. The 2019 longitudinal study of aging and health in the Philippines revealed, among others, that almost half of older Filipinos find it most difficult to walk around and leave the house and stand up or sit down. Most of them suffer from diagnosed illnesses and also incapacitated from accessing timely healthcare services. Many older persons also rely on their family and the government for their economic needs. The income sources of senior citizens are 58% from their children, 42% from their pension, and 34% from their savings from work. Therefore, we continually enhance our efforts to ensure that they have an enabling and supportive environment that allows them to secure their well-being and achieve their aspirations. Among the initiatives we are pursuing is a finalization of the social protection floor, which highlights programs that guarantee the healthcare security of senior citizens, as well as a lifelong learning program, which includes all learning activities throughout life for the development of competencies and qualifications of senior citizens. Within the full devolution policy being implemented in the country, the role of local government units in promoting and protecting the rights and well-being of senior citizens has become more prominent. While the platform for more organized interventions for senior citizens is present through the creation and mobilization of the local Office of Senior Citizens Affairs in all LGUs, there remains a significant gap in terms of the implementation of more strategic and sustainable interventions for the well-being of older persons, primarily because of their limited resources. As we forge onward with the important work ahead, we remain committed to promote the aspirations of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging within the Philippines and in the Asia-Pacific region. We will work with other countries in creating societies that uphold the rights of older persons and empower them to live an independent, healthy, long, and active lives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Philippines, Your Excellency. Now, the next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of Malaysia, whom now I invite to take the floor. It would be followed by the distinguished delegate from Russia. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Malaysian government has been providing continuous support for older persons to remain strong and resilient in adapting to the new norm in the endemic phases. Our data into 2020 shows that people aged 60 and above constitute 10.4% of the total population in Malaysia, as compared to only 8% in 2010, and over 1/3 of Malaysian households have at least one co-residing older person. Following a decline in fertility, the country is aging from the bottom. Realizing this, Malaysia has put in various structures and support in place to prepare for the aging society. On the international front, the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Active Aging, Empowering Older Persons in ASEAN, was adopted in 2015 to promote healthy, active, and productive aging. Malaysia has played an active role in the development and implementation of this regional plan of action. At the domestic level, the National Policy and Plan of Action for Older Persons, a guiding policy on the provision of social welfare services for older persons, has been drafted based on 3 priority areas outlined in MIPA and Agenda 2030. Over the years, Malaysia has moved beyond a welfare-oriented approach, and this is reflected in the appointment of 7 subcommittees covering different portfolios under the National Advisory and Consultative Council for Older Persons. Members of this council consist of representatives from various ministries and agencies, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, private sectors, communities, as well as individuals who have interest in aging. Madam Chair, allow me to briefly reflect on Malaysia's achievement in this area. Number 1, Malaysia has completed a study in drafting a bill specifically for older persons in October 2021 that sets out the rights to equality and non-discrimination. The rights of older persons will be further recognized once a new law on older persons is tabled in the first quarter of 2023. Secondly, the government has reviewed the National Monthly Poverty Line Income, PLI, from approximately $220 to $500 per household to reflect the consumption patterns, the needs, as well as demographics of Malaysian households. With this new PLI, starting January 2021, the monthly cash transfer for older persons has been increased by 43%. As of May 2022, a total of 139,000 eligible older persons have benefited from this assistance, amounting to $82 million. And finally, the third one, activity centers for older persons have been implemented with strategic cooperation between government agencies and NGOs. Adopted based on the community concept, the center provides older persons with the opportunity to socialize with peers and implement activities including recreation, health screenings, and capacity building. These efforts aim to overcome the empty nest syndrome, promote productive and inclusive aging, lifelong learning, and volunteering among the older persons. As of June 2022, there are a total of 50,929 older persons participating actively at 153 centers nationwide. Malaysia shall continue to effectively implement national policies and plan of actions for older persons to promote and protect their rights and dignity. Malaysia would like to acknowledge the work that is done at regional level, especially the efforts of UN ESCAP. I hope that this meeting will provide us with valuable opportunities to share good practices and prepare us to respond adequately to the challenges faced in an aging society. Thank you.
Thank you, Distinguished Delegate of Malaysia, Dr. Dato' Mazia, Secretary General, Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development. The next speaker on my list is the Distinguished Delegate of Russia, Deputy Head of Division, Department of International Legal and International Affairs, Ms. Antonia Gladkova.
Спасибо, госпожа председатель, за предоставленное слово. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Прежде всего, хочу сказать, что важность положений Мадридского международного плана действий по проблемам старения сохраняется и сегодня, 2 десятилетия спустя после его принятия. Считаем план основным международно согласованным документом, определяющим ориентиры в области защиты прав и интересов пожилых людей. Россия привержена его полноценной реализации. На фоне бурного социально-экономического роста Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона и все еще дающей о себе знать пандемии коронавируса, вопросы старения населения стоят особенно остро в настоящее время. Мы видим, что понятие заботы о старшем поколении трансформируется. Сегодня это не только уход и обеспечение современной качественной медицинской помощи, но и возможность вести полноценную, интересную и насыщенную жизнь. В первую очередь среди наших приоритетов сохранение возможностей для занятости граждан пожилого возраста. Трудовое законодательство не устанавливает максимальный возраст для трудоустройства. Запрещена дискриминация по признаку возраста, а пожилой возраст не является основанием для отказа в приеме на работу или прекращения трудовых отношений с работником. При этом законодательством предусмотрены определенные льготы и преимущества для работающих пенсионеров. С каждым годом все большее число граждан старших возрастов вовлекается в региональные программы и проекты активного долголетия, принятые во всех регионах нашей страны. Региональные программы ориентированы на внедрение новых технологий в сфере охраны здоровья, социальной защиты, пропаганды здорового образа жизни граждан старшего поколения, укрепление социальных коммуникаций, организацию образовательного процесса в третьем возрасте, в том числе в период подготовки к выходу на пенсию. Можно выделить 2 основных вектора данных программ. Первый нацелен на создание возможностей для реализации потенциала пожилых людей, который сохраняет активность. Граждане принимают участие в программах по обучению, в том числе компьютерной грамотности, в культурно-досуговых мероприятиях, занятиях спортом, туризмом. Самые востребованные направления – курсы компьютерной и финансовой грамотности, которые помогают защититься от мошенничества. Второй вектор программ направлен на поддержку тех пожилых людей, кто полностью или частично утратил способность к самообслуживанию. Система долговременного ухода внедряется в пилотном формате в отдельных субъектах Российской Федерации. В ее основу заложена лучшая мировая практика. В рамках системы долговременного ухода гражданину пожилого возраста или инвалиду предоставляются социальные услуги по уходу, направленные на поддержку его состояния здоровья, питания, личной гигиены, мобильности, социального функционирования, включая оказание помощи в организации посильной дневной занятости для поддержания физической активности и когнитивных функций. Кроме того, регионами ведется строительство домов-интернатов нового типа с условиями, которые приближены к домашним. Совершенствуется оказание гериатрической и медицинской помощи. Одновременно мы развиваем информационные сервисы и их доступ в дистанционном формате, что упрощает доступ людям старшего возраста к различным мерам поддержки. В нашей стране функционирует система всеобъемлющего пенсионного обеспечения, когда пенсию, страховую или социальную получают все граждане старшего трудоспособного возраста. Это значительно облегчает пожилым людям доступ к социальной помощи. Мы продолжаем совместными усилиями добиваться результатов в вопросе реализации равных возможностей на протяжении всей жизни. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of Japan, Mr. Toru Terai, First Secretary and alternate permanent representative of Japan to ESCAP. May I call on the distinguished delegate to take the floor, followed by India. Thank Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for giving us the opportunity to share challenges facing Japan and the latest government actions in the implementation of the Madrid International Plan on Action on Aging. As Professor Ogawa mentioned, Japan's aging rate was 29% as of 2021, the highest level in the world. As the aging of society is expected to continue in the future, taking effective measures against the issues of aging has become critical on the policy side. Let me introduce some situations in Japan. First of all, while both life expectancy and healthy life expectancy are expanding, the gap between them has not been narrowed. Second, looking at trends in the elderly population by city size, the population growth for the age 65 and older tends to be greater in larger cities. Third, as the number of elderly people living alone is expected to increase, preventing them from social isolation is imperative. In addition, now in Japan, many people in the middle of their careers have to sacrifice their work to care for their elderly parent, so outsourcing nursing care services should be an option. Finally, on the other side, in recent years, the employment rate of the elderly has also been on an upward trend, and more elderly people are continuing in active work. Under these circumstances, the government of Japan has established the guideline of measure for aging society, based on the Basic Act of Measure for the Aging Society, as a basic and comprehensive guideline to be promoted for countering the aging society. And the government of Japan is promoting the creation of a society in which all citizens are dynamically engaged, work style reforms, and employment support for the elderly aged 65 and over. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Japan, Mr. Toru Terai. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of India, Mr. Surendra Singh Meena, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. I now invite the distinguished delegate to take the floor. He will be followed by the distinguished delegate from Maldives.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to convey best wishes of Government of India to this esteemed forum and the countries represented in that. India has been one of the strong supporters of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging 2002. The country has taken several landmark steps in implementation of the action plan approved as a part of the MIPA. I propose to briefly place before you progress made in India in pursuance of plan of action approved by MIPA 2002. The policy for the welfare of elders in India is based on a firm faith that elders should not be considered as a burden on the society or those who require support for existence. We believe that elderly population bring with them a treasure of knowledge and lifetime of experience, which can be used in building a strong nation. We therefore are looking at engaging the elderly population in productive activities and thereby aiding productive aging. In pursuance of this faith, Government of India has launched several initiatives. Some of them I state as below. Formation of elderly self-help groups and allowing them to choose the productive activity which is aided by the state. These SHGs named as Agrasar are being formed across the country with the help of NGOs such as HelpAge India. We aim to constitute approx 0.2 million elders into these groups in next 4 years. An electronic real-time IT platform has been developed for matching the demand for the services of the elderly and supply of such services by these elderly retired persons. This platform, which is launched on October 1st, 2021, is being strengthened by bringing in multiple NGOs, industrial players, so that every interested elderly person can find a work for their choice on the electronic platform. In order to provide an IT-based solution for resolving the grievances of the elders, a national helpline called Elder Line has been launched on 1st October 2021. So far, 0.8 million calls have been received on this helpline. The helpline has field-level extension workers who reach out in case of serious cases of injury, abuse, or threat. We propose to further strengthen this helpline and reach out to more people across the country. There are destitute elders who require support of the old age homes. The government has taken upon itself this responsibility of opening one old age home in every district, which will be fully funded by India, but run by NGOs. This collaboration between government and non-governmental actors is going to help sustainable solutions to address these problems of destitute elders. The India's social security net for elderly has been one of the biggest programs for the government. Both federal and regional governments have together identified more than 21.5 million elders who receive pensions from the government on a monthly basis. All of them receive this pension through a direct benefit transfer mode directly into their bank accounts. The health care for elderly is one of the pious duties of the state. A national program for health care for elderly has been started in the financial year 2010-11 to provide geriatric care facilities to the lowest echelons of the healthcare system, that is primary healthcare centers. The country has launched a huge campaign named Rashtriya Vayosri Yojana, which is a national program for providing assisted living devices to the elders for economically weaker sections. This program is being implemented on the campaign mode across the country. In order to address the issue of elderly abuse, however small such instances may be, India is implementing the Maintenance and Welfare of Parents and Senior Citizen Act 2007. The Act reiterates the responsibility of the children to take care of their parents and elders. Cases where this is not done, the aggrieved elders can approach tribunals which is set off within the easy reach of the elders. These tribunals function on a small trial and reconciliation mode in order to provide quick justice. In order to promote the private sector initiatives and to promote innovations in the field of elderly welfare, the government has instituted a scheme called Senior Care Age Growth Engine. Under this, government contributes equity to the selected startups which come out with innovative solutions for the welfare of the elders. The government is also engaging private sector's initiatives in aiding elderly living spaces by bringing in guidelines that promotes and regulate such ventures. We also recognize the contribution made by the individuals, institutions, and non-government organizations for welfare of elders, and they are given national awards called Vayoshreshth Samman on Senior Citizen Day every year.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. The time as far extended would appreciate if you could.
I will end by stating take care of elders has to be a national program where the government, non-governmental organizations, private sector, families and societies at large participate in coordinated manner. I give my best wishes to all the countries and all the delegates here, and by sharing each other's knowledge and experience, together we can build better tomorrow for others. I thank you all for your kind attention. Jai Hind.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of India. Before we continue, I would kindly request that delegates with us in the room please keep your masks on. This is a regulation, and it is we kindly request that while you are with us, if you can keep the masks on. Thank you for your cooperation. I would also like to remind the government delegations to adhere to the 4-minute time limitations for their statements, so that we would have the opportunity for all to be able to participate and present. Thank you very much. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of Maldives, Ms. Fazna Shakit, State Minister, Ministry of Gender, Family and Social Services, whom I now invite you to take the floor. She will be followed by the distinguished guest from delegation from Iran.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, the Government of Maldives is committed to promoting and protecting the rights of older persons. The Ministry of Gender, Family and Social Services is mandated to protect, promote the rights of all vulnerable groups in the Maldives, including children, women, persons with disabilities, and older persons. Strategic Action Plan of the Maldives offers a holistic approach to factors such as the onset of population aging, which would have an adverse effect on the needs of older persons, persons with disabilities, and other groups that are disadvantaged due to socioeconomic inequalities. The National Resilience Plan, NRR, is a recovery plan to address the economic downturn with a major focus of well-being of older persons. As per the population projection of the Maldives, the rapid social and economic development of the country in the past few decades has brought about a shift in the population dynamics. As per the projection, 14% of the population will consist of older people. The shift in our population towards that of an aging population can be measured by the aging index, which is the ratio of elderly person aged 60 years and above to every 100 children aged 15 years and below. Maldives indicate that there will be an increase in the aging index from 17 elderly persons to every 100 children to 90 elderly persons to every 100 children by 2054. The shift in the population demands sustainable strategies which would be beneficial in catering for the needs of older persons. In this regard, we have enacted the first ever policy on older persons, which is focused on 4 key areas: care and protection, independence and participation, health and well-being, and preparing for old age. To further sustain these efforts, government has also drafted a bill for older persons. The aim of this bill is to ensure that the rights of the older persons are protected socially and economically. The bill also addresses negligence and abuse subjected to older persons. Excellencies, let me now highlight some of the key activities that are being implemented in the Maldives to address these challenges faced by older persons. To implement the National Action Plan under the Elderly Policy, an advocacy campaign, Ranvela, which translates to Golden Age and targets the well-being of older people, is conducted across the country. This campaign focuses on the areas highlighted in the policy, such as healthy aging, nutrition, exercise, mental health, including information sessions regarding pension schemes. Further, care and support information is also disseminated during these sessions. Sessions are conducted across the nation, focusing on empowerment of both women and men. These programs are conducted in collaboration with relevant stakeholders and NGOs. The older population is entitled to universal health coverage, ASANDA, which was introduced as a state-fund health insurance scheme for Maldivians as well who are living in the country as well as who are living abroad, with the aim of promoting affordable and accessible health care for all Maldivians. We acknowledge the crucial role of interagency collaboration. As such, in partnership with Ministry of Health, we have initiated a bedridden program. Under this program, we cater to older persons aged 65 above. Health professionals and social workers visit these clients and ensure that they are provided with the basic health care needs and attended to by the social worker to ensure to the social needs of the family to avoid the care workers falling into more vulnerability. Provision of quality care for older persons is a priority. We have jointly worked with higher education to develop a certificate level 3 module on elderly care. This is a short-term course targeting mostly caregivers and older persons who are closely working with caring of older persons. National Steering Committee for Elderly has been activated with stakeholders, including NGOs that are led by elderly people. The government also aims to establish a fully functional elderly village in the Maldives. The main objective of this program is to increase the overall quality of life of the older people. Elderly village intends on providing residential home facilities, aged daycare, and nursing care home facilities. The facility aims to foster independence while also providing a well-balanced diet, meeting individual requirements and recreational activities, and the opportunity to lead a
Thank you,
dignified
distinguished
life.
delegate of Maldives. Would appreciate if you could finish off.
We do acknowledge that there is a long way to go. Establishing accessible services based on the needs is important. Hence, situational analysis is being conducted. As we implement this, we are seeing new trends in issues. Retirement age not being prepared, used to living with extended families are moving to nuclear families and not being prepared for retirement, and financial abuse being increased, and technology know-how.
My apologies, Fasna. It's past 5 minutes. Thank you, distinguished delegate of Maldives. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of Iran, whom I now invite to take the floor. Mr. Houman Mohammadi, expert of Aging Affairs, State Welfare Organization of Iran. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and for this opportunity. Iran has been, since over a decade, an active member of the Madrid Action Plan and is actually one of the rapidly aging countries in the region. We've reached 10% of aged population over a manner of the last 10 years. And it's projected that over the next 15 years, we will be reaching 30%. So it's rapidly aging. And the good thing is that we already have, for many years, a National Council for Older People in our country. So that is one of the main bodies that collaborates with all the government institutes that are related to older care and aged people in all manners of economic, social, and health issues. We have actually targeted our efforts in two main categories. One will be holistic policies on the national level. For that, we have designed a national document on older people. In the last year, it was officially presented by the President to all ministries, and it has consisted of 6 main goals and over 19 policy actions, and it's covering all manners of problems that we have at the time and also projected issues related to the coming old aging that we will be facing in the next decades. So this is actually a roadmap for all our ministries to move on, and no longer we have the problem of not having a plan for long term. But we need still the evidence to go on with the policy making. So in 2022, with the help of United Nations Population Fund, we will be conducting the first national survey on older people. This will be covering the main aspects of statistics and all the issues regarding economic, social, and health issues that the older people face in different cities, different parts of our country, with various religious, cultural, and economic situations. So it will give us a very good insight into what is the priority and how to plan regarding to the map that we have on the National Action Plan. This is why I mentioned this, because I think that the holistic look is very, very important in countries of this region. On the other hand, we're doing also community-level interventions. We have managed to obtain the successful projects from other countries, such as age-friendly cities, and we have implemented it and actually oversaw that with some flexibility they will be piloted in our cities. And I'm happy to say that one of our major cities is now registered in the WHO age-friendly cities for the successful projects they had. And other 5 cities are now conducting the same project. And these are just models to go on, but it's very good to sensitize the policymakers and also reach the people on a community level and tell them that we are thinking of them and that they have to contribute. And if they contribute, then there will be, as Madam mentioned before, the number is just a number and it doesn't really limit anyone. It's just the thought and the spectrum of mind and the collaboration that we have together on a government level and a community level. Other programs that we have on a community level are community development, CDD, community-driven development, which is a very successful program that was introduced to us by HEPL International, and we are conducting it in more than 8 cities in the country, and it's been very, very successful. We have also a peer group that's been active in our country for over 8 years. It's called the Farzanagan Foundation. It's run by the welfare organization, but it's just giving them the license to work. Everything they do is run by older people in the community for older people. But it's been a very good helping hand for the governments implementing the policies related to empowerment of older people over the past few years. Unfortunately, we've been also challenged in this road we've taken. We have some problems like the unilateral coerced measures against Iran has been debilitating our resources, and we really appreciate any kind of help that we can get regarding this, because we have the map, we have the know-how, and we have the opportunity to move forward, but unfortunately the resources are limited. Also, the sudden increase in the Afghan immigrants to our country, the illegal immigration, has also faced us with many challenges in this regard, especially on the health aspects of older people. And we would appreciate any kind of guidance and support that can actually minimize our challenges in this regard. And we are ready to accept and collaborate with any successful projects in the region, and we share our experience whenever necessary, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Iran. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of the United States of America, Mr. Edwin Walker, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Aging, Administrator for Community Living, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, who I now invite to take the follow. It will be followed by the distinguished delegate from Azerbaijan.
Madam Chair, good day. First, I want to thank the organizers and my fellow colleagues for their ongoing support and progress toward implementing the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. I'm Edwin Walker, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Aging with the Administration for Community Living within the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. We serve as the national focal point on aging, and I'm very pleased to participate in this intergovernmental convening. We play a critical role in advancing U.S. policies that impact older adults and people with disabilities. Our mission is to maximize the independence, well-being, health, and dignity of older adults, people with disabilities across the lifespan, and their families and caregivers. We are one of the few federal agencies that has a mandate to be visible and effective advocates on behalf of the people and communities our programs serve. In the U.S., community living is viewed as not only an important policy goal, but it is also fundamentally tied to our nation's civil rights. We have a history of strong principles designed to focus on the rights and protections of older persons and to develop systems to achieve quality care. Our agency is the hub of the federal government's work to support families and kinship caregivers, which is a priority of the Biden-Harris administration. In the United States and throughout the globe, successful aging in the community requires the availability of a well-trained, high-quality workforce of direct care professionals. Yet, like many countries, we are faced with challenges related to the supply of these workers and the resulting impact on the health and safety of care recipients. Later this year, we will be establishing a new National Technical Assistance Center designed to address these issues and strengthen this critical workforce. The home care providers, direct care professionals, and those often considered formal or paid caregivers are really only the tip of the iceberg of what we call the long-term services and support system. Like many other countries represented here today, the U.S. recognizes the critical role families and friends play and acknowledges that our system could not function without the considerable contributions of family and other unpaid caregivers. Currently in the U.S., approximately 54 million individuals are serving in the role of a family caregiver for an older adult or person of any age with a disability. These family caregivers provide an immense contribution, perform complex medical tasks with little guidance, and often do so at significant personal cost. For the past 22 years, we have established programs in each state to provide support to approximately 900,000 caregivers a year. These caregivers indicate that without the support, they would have had to place their loved one in some form of facility or institution. To address the devastating impacts on Alzheimer's disease and dementias, over the past decade, we have been using the best that science has to offer to support family caregivers, professionals, and people with dementia themselves. Additionally, we have allocated funding to support states and communities to ensure the availability of high quality and affordable respite services. And we're helping to create a national volunteer care corps to provide non-medical supports to older adults and their family caregivers. Perhaps most exciting in this area is that later this year, the U.S. will be unveiling the nation's first national family caregiving strategy. The strategy is the result of 2 citizen advisory councils of professionals, researchers, administrators, and caregivers themselves who provided an in-depth assessment and review of the leading and most promising research, policy, and practice known, both domestically and globally, including from many of you. When complete, the strategy will provide a roadmap for the U.S. to optimize caregiver support efforts, advance equity and diversity, and ensure that all efforts to uplift caregivers are person and family-centered, trauma-informed, and culturally sensitive. We are quite excited about this tremendous accomplishment, and we'll be pleased to share our experience in advancing caregiving with many other member states. In conclusion, the United States remains committed to the goals of MIPA, and we look forward to continued implementation through the periodic reviews and appraisals, as well as other instruments and mechanisms developed to build a sustainable world for all ages. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Edmund Walker. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of Azerbaijan, Ms. Nalia Vardiveva, Head of the Demographic Development Division, Employment Policy and Demographic Department, Ministry of Labor and Social Protection of the Population of the Republic of Azerbaijan, who now I invite to take the floor. She will be followed by the distinguished delegate from Indonesia.
Good morning. Dear Madam Chair, thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, on behalf of the Azerbaijani delegation, I would like to express gratitude to the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific for organizing this intergovernmental meeting, which is an excellent opportunity to consolidate international efforts aimed at improving the quality of life of older persons. This landmark meeting, 20 years after the adoption of the MIPA, provides new impetus for political solutions to address the challenges and maximize the opportunities of population aging. We come together at a pivotal moment. This is no time to step back. Instead, it is time to forge ahead. The output document to be adopted at this meeting is aimed to focus on new approaches to guarantee all the rights and well-being of older persons, taking into account the painful impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, conflicts, food insecurity, climate changes, and the political and socio-economic challenges the global world has been facing in recent years. This is a rather ambitious agenda, but it is at the same time an achievable one. If the new effective models of communication and partnership between and among governments, international community, civil society, researchers, and as well as private organizations are employed. Ensuring and strengthening the rights and well-being of older persons are one of the priorities of the social protection policy of our government. Paying tribute to national traditions and intergenerational wisdom, older persons actively participate in political and social-cultural life of the country. Azerbaijan is one of the countries that have achieved considerable progress in recent decades in terms of economic, social, and public development. The policy goals aimed at fostering social protection are fully in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. From the first day of pandemic outbreak, the Azerbaijani government took necessary steps to address it. The coverage of social support activities reached about 5 million people. Since 2018, 3 social reform packages have been implemented, covering 4 million people, with additional annual funding of approximately $2.5 billion. Over the past 4 years, social benefits increased by 2 and 7 times, minimum pension by 2 and 2 times, minimum wage by 2 and 3 times, average wage by 41%, average pension by 75%. Those centers, under the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection of Population, unique in its innovation, established to provide transparency, efficiency, and civic satisfaction, ensure the provision of more than 154 types of social services of the ministerial portfolio, with a user satisfaction rate of over 98.8%. One of the initiatives of those centers is the involvement of older persons in voluntary activities together with the youth within the framework of the Silver Friend program. Since 2018, significant results have been achieved in the field of full automation of all social services provided by the ministry. At present, 110 out of 173 services are delivered through the single electronic platform, 48 of which are provided proactively. For the first time in our country, the e-social portal ensured the formation of a social register, which enables citizens to track information on employment contracts, pensions, social benefits, and rehabilitation. It is worth mentioning that the international institutions, such as the United Nations Population Fund and others, are closely involved in projects aimed at older persons to advance a better world in aging society. We need evidence-based policies that help us to create a society for all ages, as called for by the MIPA. Thus, as part of one of the joint projects with the UNFPA and our government on promoting the well-being of older persons through active aging, the Active Aging Index was developed in the country in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the key goals of the MIPA is to take measures to protect and support older persons in emergency situations, such as natural disasters, other humanitarian emergencies, in situation of armed conflicts, foreign occupation, internal displacement, and post-conflict situation. As a result of the 44-day patriotic war in 2020, the occupied territories of Azerbaijan were liberated after 30 years of occupation. Now, Azerbaijan has entered the stage of post-conflict rehabilitation, reconstruction, and reintegration, aiming at ensuring the rise of hundreds of thousands of IDPs, including older persons, to return to their places of origin in safety and dignity, and restoring peaceful coexistence in the conflict-affected territories. The liberated territories will be transformed into green energy areas, smart cities, and smart villages.
Thank you, distinguished
Ladies
delegate.
and gentlemen,
I would appreciate if you can conclude.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we do believe that policies on aging and implementation of complex activities are a shared responsibility for all members of the society. Our government will further cooperate with all stakeholders, including civil society actors, for the sake of well-being and social security of older people. These measures will be aimed at greater recognition of the dignity of the elderly, promoting the active and healthy aging in our society. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Azerbaijan. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of Indonesia, Mr. Supomo, Director of Social Rehabilitation for Older Persons, Ministry of Social Affairs. I now invite you to take the floor. This distinguished delegate would be followed by Singapore. Thank you. we will call again. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of Singapore, Dr. Lynn James, Director, International Cooperation, Public Health Group, Ministry of Health. May I now invite you to take the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Singapore has one of the highest life expectancies in the world. An aging population can pose challenges to the healthcare system, which has to face the impact of rising disease burdens and frailty that comes with old age. While this is partly due to an older population, much of it also due to unhealthy lifestyles and habits. Longevity should not simply be translated into longer years of disability. Instead, it should be seen as an opportunity and gift to be celebrated. If we can translate longevity into longer years of life, continued learning, active engagement, and contribution to the society, then we can turn silver into gold. That is why in 2015, Singapore launched the Action Plan for Successful Aging to focus our population on maximizing the opportunities from longevity. The Action Plan is our national blueprint for Singaporeans to age gracefully and confidently. It is a multi-sectorial effort to implement initiatives across domains such as health, social welfare, employment, and infrastructure, supported by technology and innovation. Since its launch, we have made significant progress in many areas. For example, we have provided seniors with opportunities to learn and volunteer so that they can contribute to society regardless of age. We raised the re-employment age so that our seniors can continue working if they wish. We also rolled out the National Seniors Health Program to empower seniors to take charge of their health in areas such as nutrition and exercise. Notwithstanding, our plans must continue to evolve to meet the needs and aspirations of current and future generations of seniors. This year, we will be refreshing the action plan to enhance care, contribution, and connectiveness, collectively called the 3 Cs, for our current and future seniors through a whole-of-society effort. First, we are shaping our community-based support to care for our seniors. By adopting a life course approach and focusing on preventive health, we promote healthy aging through national programs across different life stages and settings. We are also weaving together social and health services in local communities around our seniors to proactively care for their needs and preempt social isolation and decline. Additionally, the Caregiver Support Action Plan launched in 2019 support caregivers of seniors in areas such as caregiving respite services, workplace support, care navigation, financial support, and caregiver empowerment and training. Second, we are supporting our seniors to contribute their knowledge and experience to society as they wish. This includes facilitating employers to adopt age-friendly work practices and expanding opportunities available to senior volunteerism. Third, we need to enable seniors to age in place and build strong social connections. In this respect, we have launched the Community Care Apartments, which is an assisted living model that provides seniors with more housing options for independent living, with care available if needed and spaces to foster interaction. To enable our seniors to stay connected to their loved ones as well as the broader community, we are also enhancing the digital readiness of seniors through improved access, literacy, and participation. As part of our efforts towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, Singapore is committed to providing a good quality of life for our seniors, and we look forward to learning from everyone in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Singapore. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of Indonesia, Mr. Supomo, Director of Social Rehabilitation for Older Persons, Ministry of Social Affairs, whom I now invite to take the floor. Indonesia will be followed by Bangladesh. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, greeting from Jakarta, Indonesia. I would like to take this opportunity to showcase Indonesia participation and progress on the implementation of MIPA in the national level, as this meeting aims to achieve our collective understanding and agreement in realizing the welfare of the all persons in Asia and the Pacific. As made by our Constitution and government of Indonesia has been playing role and fulfilling responsibility to ensure the welfare of its citizens, especially those vulnerable ones, include older persons, since the adoption of MIPA in 2002, Indonesia has taken massive follow-up action by formulating and implementing our regulation, framework, policy, and program for older persons. The last President Dream number 8 of 2021 on the National Strategy on Aging as a manifestation of the government commitment in dealing with the demographic bonus and aging population. The strategy set out Indonesia's vision for older persons to be independent. And in Indonesia addition to the vision, the strategy also intended to be platform for intersectoral coordination among two national and subnational government, as well as relevant stakeholders. Within the nationally concept document, there are 5 focus priorities to bring the vision into reality. That are, first, advancing social protection, income security, and individual capacity. Second, improving the health status and the quality of life of older persons. 3, community development and old person friendly environment. 4, strategic implementation institution continuation program. 5, respect, protection, and the fulfillment of right to the older person. Ladies and gentlemen, statistically speaking, the population of older person in Indonesia is around 29.3 million people, or 10.82% of the total population. In 2021 national data as well. Indonesia's life expectancy has steadily risen into 3.5-year-old. Compared to 10 years ago, white was only 69.87-year-old. They are two driving factors to the increase of less expression of Indonesia that are improving on the social and health service, particularly for the older person. The public health center and community integrated health center have been providing health service for the older person, such as integrated geriatric service, home care, long-term care, as well as the development of service integration across existing socio-medical program by adopting.
Distinguished delegate, would very much appreciate if you can conclude.
Okay, I would like to conclude my statement by saying that our take to bring peace, welfare, and prosperity to the older person is both intimidating and challenging, but I have great confidence that our collective action will make it easier and achievable. Let all join our hand, heart, and mind. As well, we are continuing to give our best endeavors, support, and saving to our people in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Indonesia. Since we do not have any other requests for the floor from governments or intergovernmental organizations at this time, we will now ask rapporteurs of stakeholder consultations to brief us on the 4 stakeholder consultations that were held in preparation for the intergovernmental meeting. So may I first ask Ms. Jane Barrett from the International Federation of Aging to request to speak.
Yeah, it's come through. Is she? Yep. Oh, okay. And then she's in the room.
Yep.
You can mute.
We will next request Sao Foundation. Please go ahead, Jane.
Your Excellencies, this is Susanna Harding. It is my privilege to present on the results of the second stakeholder consultation for the Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting on the 4th review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, Advancing Health and Well-Being into Old Age, held last 28th of April 2022 virtually. Participants noted progress made in implementation of Priority Direction 2 of MIPA, such as expanded access to health care and initiatives towards the empowerment of older persons to enjoy their rights and live in dignity. Awareness on healthy aging had increased since the 3rd review and appraisal of MIPA in 2017. Many countries introduced specific policies on population aging. However, it was not yet mainstream. Challenges do persist. The health of some groups of older persons, particularly women and those in urban areas, had deteriorated over time. Policies on health and well-being of older persons often lacked a life cycle approach and were often not fully implemented. Rehabilitation services and mental health care often receive little reflection in policies. COVID-19 had further highlighted the gap between policies and implementation. The pandemic had exacerbated life course issues such as equity, poverty, digital divide, ageism, sexism, and other forms of discrimination. It had negative effects on the overall health and well-being of older persons, including suffering from social isolation and other mental health issues. Technological barriers made access to telehealth services difficult for older persons, and those with chronic diseases often did not see their healthcare needs addressed during the pandemic. Older women often face multiple levels of discrimination, sometimes reflected in policies that were not gender sensitive. Older persons of lower socioeconomic status, particularly older women, face higher care burdens in later life. Many of them provide unpaid care for their children and other older persons, but had limited access to care when they themselves required it and limited access to social protection. Several good practices emerged and shared, including raising awareness on healthy aging, policy progress in the region, and increasing psychosocial support such as rehabilitation, palliative, and end-of-life care, as well as health screening programs. In many countries, older persons associations were playing an important role in the provision of health services to older persons and promoting healthy lifestyles. Recommendations were also shared, focused on the following areas: universal access to health care and access to income security, lifelong learning opportunities, harness community-based approaches of care and for health and well-being, including the support of older persons associations, expand specific care for older persons, and lastly, raise awareness on the rights of older persons and highlight the work of the United Nations Open-Ended Working Group on Aging. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Susanna Harding. That was the second stakeholder consultation report statement that was presented. May I call upon again the International Federation on Aging, Ms. Jane Barrett, Secretary General, to present to us the first stakeholder consultation statement.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Jane,
Hello,
please
can
go
you hear
ahead.
me? Thank you. Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests, I'm honoured to share some of the high-level summary from the first of 4 stakeholder consultations. It's adopting a life cycle, life course and rights-based approach in coordination and collaboration with all related stakeholders is fundamental to the development progress of the implementation of MIPA and foremost for older people in development. Everyone, including both the young and old, needed to contribute to developing sustainable societies. Older persons in the Asia-Pacific region have different issues, but in the development process, we're facing common challenges. During the last review, governments and society had realised the need to adapt social and economic systems to the reality of population ageing. At the heart of the 8 priority issues which were discussed in the consultation and framed participation and engagement were across generations, access to knowledge and training, consequential to work and the ageing labour force, and linked to income security, social protection and security, and poverty prevention. The dynamic forces of rural development, migration and urbanisation, as with all other priority issues, are seen through the gender lens, accelerated in emergency situations. Fundamental to the consultation of the first is the cooperation between the government and civil society had to be strengthened and must lead to improvements of older persons' rights, their social protection and related regulations, as well as participation in the decision-making process. It was very clear that active participation of older persons was associated with positive social attitudes that could be amplified through the connection and solidarity of young people. Training to re-establish, strengthen and attain new skills is essential to promote labour productivity prevention. New and sustained investment must be in digitalisation and, most importantly, improving digital literacy will undoubtedly improve the quality of life of current and future generations. Second to none is changes in legislation and policy as it relates, for instance, to the use of agricultural land for residential purposes, extending retirement ages, credits to older persons by agencies for loans, protecting older people without family, and social protection are promoted as clear and tangible actions. In closing, Madam Chair, the UN Decade of Healthy Ageing endorsed by the WHO aligns with and supports the implementation of the MIPA and the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. To promote and strengthen multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder partnering, we must work together across sectors and across disciplines and listen earnestly to the voices of older people in action. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. Ms. Jane Barrett, Secretary General of the International Federation on Aging. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate from Gramin Vikas Vigyan Samiti, India, Mr. Prakash Tyagi, Executive Director, who would be presenting to us the third stakeholder consultation statement. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, thank you for the opportunity to share the summary of the third stakeholder consultation for the Asia Pacific review of MIPA. This consultation was held on the 19th of May, led by UN ESCAP, and it was ensured that there is inclusive representation of a number of civil society organizations, of academic institutions, of numerous UN agencies, as well as of older people themselves, while ensuring gender equality as well as youth representation. This stakeholder consultation focused on the third MIPA priority direction, which is about ensuring, supporting, and enabling environments, within which there were 4 priority issues areas that were discussed. The first issues area was around housing and living environments. What problems are being faced, what are some of the good practices, and where do we want to move forward in this context were discussed. Aspects of both urban settings as well as of rural context were discussed in great details in this issue area. The second issue area covered the dimensions of caregiving, which is an important need for older people's living conditions. A number of programs focused on formal and informal caregiving, home-based care, self-care were discussed. The third priority issue area was around neglect and abuse, which is a significant problem for older people in many communities and societies. What are the problems which are being faced, how different organizations are working to address those issues, and what have been older people's views and progress on this were discussed in great details. And fourth, the priority issue areas was around images of aging. And the idea was to create more positive, more optimistic, and more hopeful images of aging, rather than focusing only on concerns, negativities, and burdens. In addition to these 4 priority issue areas, the group decided and thought that a 5th priority issue area needs to be discussed, which is around climate change and climate action, because in the region and elsewhere, climate change has been a big concern in the context of enabling and supporting environments. So therefore, the issues around climate change and climate action were also discussed. In conclusion, I would like to share some of the key messages that emerged out of the third stakeholder consultation. There were 4 very strong, important messages. The first one was around how do we create and form and strengthen partnerships that would ensure enabling and supporting environments. And those partnerships need to be multi-sectoral, in which civil society organizations will have to play an important role moving forward. The second message that emerged was around identifying and strengthening older people's agencies, how community-based organizations such as older people associations are doing excellent work in the communities, and how that model can be taken forward, and within which older women's roles will have to be highlighted. The third message was around intergenerational solidarity, which is an extremely important element of environments, and how different groups are working on that and how we can take that forward. And fourthly and lastly, moving forward in all interventions, in all programs, in all priorities, climate change and climate action will have to play a role of paramount importance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of Community Legal Centres Australia, National Association of Community Legal Centres, Mr. Bill Mitchell, the Principal Solicitor. He would be speaking about the Pacific Stakeholder Consultation. Welcome, Mr. Bill.
I thank the Chair. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, I'm pleased to report on consultations addressing the Madrid Plan of Action priority directions in relation to the Pacific. I note the summary of outcomes and the summary report prepared by the Commission. The fourth consultation was held on the 8th of June 2022 and was organised by the Commission with input from stakeholders in the Pacific. About 55 stakeholders from 15 countries in Asia Pacific attended the consultation. Participants came from a very broad range of sectors, including academia, civil society, even intergovernmental organisations, local authorities and communities, and also the private sector. There was balanced gender representation amongst the participants. The participants identified, amongst other things, the following challenges. Governments paid limited attention to ageing, and while focal points in ageing changed frequently and were not sufficiently sensitised. Coordination on services for older persons remains a challenge, with limited overall care strategies, age-friendly health services and adequate social pensions. Due to negative images of ageing, older persons are often not recognised, and while traditional village systems and family-based care were diminishing as youth moved to cities or abroad for better jobs. The COVID-19 pandemic had also exacerbated vulnerabilities, including homelessness amongst older persons. Elder abuse was common, including financial and psychological abuse from family members, and was often underreported due to factors including shame and limited communications in remote areas. In several Pacific countries, older persons comprised around half of the persons with disabilities, but there were very few support programs for these individuals, including the provision of assistive devices. Stakeholders did point to good practices that supported implementation, including in most countries in the Pacific had ratified relevant conventions to enhance the implementation of the Madrid Plan of Action. Moreover, older persons were often educated and well aware of their rights and needs. The traditional knowledge of older persons had also been used in the context of natural disasters, including those related to climate change, such as through helping communities prepare for and mitigate the impacts of disasters. Finally, Chair, the participants recommended the following actions. Governments needed to take the lead in designing policies to promote the rights of older persons, with civil society actively participating in the development and monitoring of policies, along with building capacity to support older persons in that work. There was a need to identify and increase awareness of abuse, with adequate policy and legal responses, and supported by health professionals and social workers cognizant of complicated family and cultural dynamics. There also needed to be safeguards of the human rights of older persons, with a move away from welfare models to rights-based approaches, including a Convention on the Rights of Older Persons. In closing, on behalf of the participants in the Pacific consultations, I congratulate the Commission and its officers for engaging so proactively with the Pacific. I thank the Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. We have come to the end of our morning session. Please note that agenda item 2 will continue in this afternoon session. Her Excellency Ms. Millicent Cruz Paredes, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative to ESCAP, will guide the deliberations in the afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, once the meeting is adjourned, may I encourage the distinguished delegates to join a side event scheduled over the lunch break, which will start at 12:30. The list of side events, including their connection detail, have been posted on the meeting website. I kindly request that you return to the meeting by 2 this afternoon. I now invite the Secretary of the meeting to make housekeeping announcements.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as kindly informed by the Chair, we have a series of side events during this 3-day meeting, hosted by different member states, UN entities, and non-governmental stakeholders on several topics linked to the topic of population aging. These will be held virtually with separate links posted on the website of the meeting. The first side event today is organized by the Foundation for Older Persons Development and Help Age International Vietnam, entitled good practices for home and community care for older persons. The second side event is organized by the Development, Welfare and Research Foundation and focuses on enabling environments for future, focus on digital inclusion and built environments. Both events are held during the lunch break from 12:30 to 1:45 p.m. Please refer to the ESCAP meeting website, click on the program tab, and you will see the link to register and obtain access to both side events. For delegates in the room wishing to attend the side event, in the room and present here, you are kindly requested to actually go to our meeting rooms, which we have reserved. For the first side event on home and community care for older persons, we have reserved meeting room MRA at UNCC, where you can observe and participate in the side event. For those attending the side event on the enabling environment, please proceed to MRH. Dear delegates, some refreshments have also been or are being made available outside ESCAP Hall for those of you being with us in person. So we really kindly invite you to stop by and enjoy some refreshments. Of course, there is a cafeteria located on the first floor at UNCC if you want to have lunch there. And then there's also a coffee shop on the ground floor. We will all meet again at 2 p.m. to resume agenda item 2. And we would be grateful for your cooperation to make sure that we keep the time schedule. And also a kind reminder to please keep on your mask while going for lunch and enjoying the refreshments outside. With that, I give the floor back to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary. The meeting is adjourned.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I trust you all enjoyed the side event over the lunch break. The meeting is called to order. I thank you for the trust bestowed on me to serve as one of the vice chairs for this meeting. I now continue with agenda item 2. Delegations present in the UNCC wishing to take the floor may do so by raising their nameplate. Delegations who are joining us virtually through Kudo may do so by pressing Request to Speak button. Conference room officers will take note of these requests and include them in the list of speakers. Please note that the Kudo chat box is to be used for connection related to technical questions only and not for substantive comments and/or discussion. For those wishing to make comments, we request you to ask for the floor by pressing the Request to Speak button in Kudo. I now open the floor for interventions from delegates.
You should call on them. Call on them.
Okay. Okay, may I call on the distinguished delegate of Korea to be followed by China. Korea, please.
Good afternoon, Honorable Madam Chair, distinguished delegates and colleagues. 안녕하세요. I am deeply honored and proud to be part of the Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting on the fourth review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging. Population aging is an unavoidable global phenomenon that is or will be experienced by many Asia-Pacific countries, including the Republic of Korea. And countries would like to devise solutions to the problems stemming from this phenomenon. In this regard, I am convinced that this is a very timely meeting. MIPA or MIPPA has been a guideline for many countries on the establishment and implementation of aging-related policies. As this is also the case for Korea, I would like to take this opportunity to briefly introduce its aging-related policies. First, to encourage older persons to be active members of the society, Korea is increasing community-based volunteering opportunities and seeking ways to develop and promote age-friendly jobs. Second, Korea is supporting various jobs and activities offered by both public and private sectors to provide supplemental income and ensure a healthy and meaningful life for older persons. Third, for vulnerable older adults, including those living alone, the National Elderly Care Service Program offers services such as learning activities, mobility assistance, and housekeeping. Fourth, Korea offers smart technology-based services through the National Emergency Safety and Security Service Program to ensure the safety of the older persons. As such, Korea is making keen efforts to encourage older adults to make social engagements and prevent them from being exposed to the risk of dying alone. Let me repeat, dying alone due to isolation or alienation. Honorable delegates, Korea will continue to establish and implement policy responses to population aging in accordance with the MIPPA. I sincerely hope that this three-day meeting will serve as a great opportunity for countries to share their various policies, experiences, and valued wisdom. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of China, to be followed by Bangladesh.
We don't know yet, but it's
非常感谢尊敬的主席、各位代表，大家下午好。很高兴参加今天的会议。人口老龄化是全世界共同面临的重大课题。我想先介绍一下中国老龄化的基本情况。那么，当前中国人口老龄化持续快速发展，截止到去年2021年底，中国60岁以上的老年人口达到了2.67亿。占总人口的18.9%，65岁及以上老年人口达2亿，占总人口的14.2%。那么预计到2025年，中国60岁及以上老年人口将突破3亿，到2033年将突破4亿。中国政府高度重视人口老龄化问题，将积极应对人口老龄化已经上升为国家战略。习近平主席在2021年重阳节前夕对老龄工作作出过重要的指示，强调把积极老龄观、健康老龄化融入到经济社会发展的全过程，加快健全社会保障体系、养老服务体系、健康支撑体系，让老年人共享改革发展成果，安享幸福晚年。近年来，中国政府认真执行马德里老龄问题国际行动计划，积极应对人口老龄化工作也取得了显著的成效。初步形成了中国特色的老龄政策法规体系，修订了《老年人权益保障法》，制定国家积极应对人口老龄化中长期规划，关于加强新时代老龄工作的意见，出台了养老服务、健康服务、康复护理、老年教育、无障碍环境建设、老年用品产业发展等方面的政策措施和管理规范，建立起了世界上规模最大的社会保障体系。基本医疗保险覆盖超过13亿人，基本养老保险覆盖超过10亿人，长期护理保险试点稳步实施，并逐步的扩大范围。老年健康服务体系进一步的健全，老年人健康水平持续提升。65岁及以上老年人在基层医疗卫生机构可以免费获得包括每年1次体检的健康管理服务。那么截止到2021年底，接受健康管理的65岁及以上老年人已经超过了1.2亿。医养结合服务有序发展，照护服务能力明显提高。截止到2021年底，医疗卫生机构和养老服务机构建立签约合作关系的共有7.8万对，医养结合机构共约6400多家。坚持人民至上、生命至上，将老年人疫情防控纳入新冠疫情防控的总体部署，全力救治老年患者。出台一系列政策支持养老服务发展，养老服务的体系也在不断的完善，养老服务供给能力明显增强。截止到2021年底，中国共有养老服务机构和设施35.7万个，养老床位813.5万张。老年友好型社会环境不断的优化，命名了992个示范性全国老年友好型社区，让老年人居住出行更加安全、便捷、舒适。各级各类老年大学8万多所，老年人精神文化生活不断丰富，更多老年人积极参与社会治理、文教卫生等活动，开展智慧助老行动，解决老年人运用智能技术困难的问题。老年人权益保障工作持续加强，老年用品制造业和服务业加快发展，科技化水平不断的提升。下一步，中国政府将加快执行马德里老龄问题国际行动计划，不断强化老龄工作的顶层设计，加快健全社会保障体系、养老服务体系、健康支撑体系，持续优化老年友好型社会建设，探索出一条中国特色积极应对人口老龄化道路。那么中方也愿意与 ESCAP 成员国加强交流与合作，分享中国经验，贡献中国智慧。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of China. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of Thailand.
Morning, distinguished participants. I'm Suchita Pityanarase, Director General of Department of Older Person, Head of Delegation Thailand. It is my great pleasure to share the progress and challenges of Thailand. Thailand is projected to become the aged society in 2023. In response to this situation, Thailand has implemented many plans and measures such as the 20 years national strategy and the national agenda on the aged society. These plans are supported by a regular evaluation, consultation with stakeholders, and intergenerational setting. In the view of development, the Thai government promotes the active participation of older persons in decision-making process. Thailand also has community-level senior clubs and senior schools. Numerous initiatives are expanding the opportunities for elderly to remain in employment. The social protection programs that Thailand are currently implementing, for example, the old age allowance scheme to ensure the coverage. In terms of health, Thailand adopted many aspects of health aging and has implemented universal health coverage schemes and home care. A disability allowance scheme is also available for elderly with disabilities. In promoting environment, the National Housing Authority provides government support for the housing and living conditions of the elderly. Overall, national level research and data on aging are sufficient, yet can be explored further in some frontier issues. Additionally, with regard to the COVID-19, Thailand has prioritized older adults and provide them support in various ways. After reviewing all aspects, the following steps can be taken to realize the creation of an inclusive society for all age in which older persons. To enhance a policy implementation ecosystem, the ways forward include increasing outreach and older person representative at all levels, and enhancing gender equality and human rights. The COVID-19 pandemic provides resilience, which can be used to strengthen disaster and preparedness. Three key priorities work as key pillars to achieve the goal. Firstly, is to promote and develop the elderly through boosting capacity and advocate. Income-generating activity with policies develop a people, public-private, academic partnership for budgetary sustainability and increase resilience to further disaster and climate change. Secondly, is the health and well-being through promoting older people, quality and access, increasing health capacity and resource through sector coordination and gender-sensitive approach. Lastly, is to ensure a supportive environment. The ways forward include promoting universal design, promote accessible housing design and fund, create reintegration program for internal migration, promote uses of digital technology and innovation for older people, and raise recognition of older people. I'm thankful to this event and also look forward to learning from other countries' progress and the best practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of Thailand. We have now come to the end of the statement of intergovernmental organizations. I now invite representatives of stakeholders to make statements. I call on the representative of the Tsao Foundation. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished delegates. I'm happy to share that I'm one of the representatives of Tsao Foundation, which is a Singapore-based civil society organization chartered in 1992 by the then 86-year-old Madam Tsao Ng Yu Shun, and has been working with and for the well-being of older people in an inclusive society over the last 30 years. SAO has been involved with the US's National Academy of Medicine in an international initiative to produce a vigorously researched, evidence-based consensus report, a global roadmap on healthy longevity, with a list of what we think are impactful policy recommendations. This report was just released on the 4th of June, and we'd like to share a summary of this report. Now, all countries, including Singapore, are aging at an unprecedented rate, and the population over age 65 has grown more rapidly than other age groups due to longer lifespans and declining birth rates. Unfortunately, despite the gains in life expectancy, the number of years in good health has stayed roughly the same, and so people are living more years in poor health. Evidence through the report suggests that the cause of continued inaction is more people living in poor health, suffering, and dependence. Financial burdens on individuals and families, lost opportunities for people of all ages, gross domestic product that is lower than it would be with better health and full inclusion of older people, and increased fiscal burdens on governments for supporting unnecessarily high levels of illness and disability. To retard these issues, the NAM Commission concluded that by improving healthy longevity, the future of aging societies can be optimistic. The Commission identified some overarching evidence-based principles for achieving healthy longevity. And to operationalize these principles, the roadmap also includes long-term goals to catalyze change towards healthy longevity. These goals are then in turn enabled by supporting structures and recommendations to catalyze these necessary changes to achieve healthy longevity. Now, every country has different paths to healthy longevity, and governments will need to establish calls to action to develop and implement data-driven all-of-society plans for building the organizations and social infrastructure needed to enable healthy longevity. SAO Foundation endorses this consensus study report and supports calls for a collaborative approach towards a better future for all. If you would like to have a copy of this report, please feel free to reach out to myself or any of my fellow SAO Foundation colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call on the representative of the AARP. You have the floor, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. My name is Vijay Thangar, and I serve as the Director of Global Aging at AARP. Founded in 1958 with headquarters in Washington, D.C., AARP is the world's largest nonprofit organization dedicated to empowering people over age 50 years to choose how they live as they age. Guided by our motto, to serve and not to be served, AARP represents the voice of its 38 million members by championing positive social change through its advocacy, service, and research efforts, empowering people to navigate issues related to their financial well-being, their health, contributing to their society and local communities, and how to fully enjoy their life. AARP has been involved internationally for nearly 5 decades, and in 1987 granted consultative status to the UN Economic and Social Council. In striving to be an international leader, AARP believes that good ideas have no borders and is committed to a partnership approach to identify innovations and promising practices from all over the world, bringing them to the United States via advocacy and policy exchanges. These resources and more, including a new database of national plans of action on aging, have been co-developed with foreign policy analytics, can be found at aarpinternational.org. I take this opportunity to thank the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific for organizing this intergovernmental meeting on the 4th review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, more commonly referred to as MIPA. I particularly thank Madam Chair, Sabine, Vanessa, and Supatra, and colleagues from the Social Development Division of the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, providing an opportunity to deliver a statement at this important convening. The timing of this convening to review and appraise implementation of the MIPA could not be more appropriate, mainly for two reasons. First, given by the year 2050, 1.3 billion older persons, or nearly 25% of the total population, are projected to reside in this region, member states have an increasingly responsibility to recognize and seize upon the opportunities population aging affords from both an economic and social perspective. And second, as the global community reflects on ways amid the pandemic and beyond to build more sustainable, inclusive, equitable, and robust systems of care and health delivery, member states in the region have a renewed opportunity to ensure that no older adult is left behind in their desire to lead healthy and active lives as they age. This is critical after all. According to data from the UN, as of March 2022, 2.9 million deaths due to COVID-19 have been officially recorded in the region, with the vast majority of deaths globally occurring in the older adult population segment. Apart from disproportionately impacting older adults, COVID-19 has also unearthed underlying disparities and social inequalities prevalent before the pandemic and accelerated since its inception. This is especially true for marginalized communities that have faced considerable hurdles for healthy and active aging, with insufficient access to economic opportunities, education, healthcare, and housing choices, among other social determinants of health. Against this backdrop of rapidly aging populations and the ongoing impacts from COVID-19, we strongly urge member states in this region to accelerate their efforts to implement MIPA as soon as possible. By advocating a mainstreaming of aging, MIPA provides a helpful framework to promote a human rights-based approach to policymaking, combating ageism, and curbing the rise of social inequalities. Implementation of MIPA requires an all-of-government and all-of-society approach, and AARP stands ready to work with government and other sectors to realize its potential. I thank you for your kind attention and for the opportunity to provide a civil society perspective to this important discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on the representative of the Community Legal Centres Australia, National Association of Community Legal Centres. The floor is yours.
I thank the Chair. Excellencies and distinguished delegates. Community Legal Centres Australia is a non-government organisation in special consultative status with the Economic and Social Council since 2003, almost 20 years. We are the national peak body for 170 community legal centres in Australia. Our members provide legal and related assistance to older persons, and some of our centres actually specialise in assisting older persons with elder rights specific issues. Now, while this forum is new for us, its context is not. For over 2 decades, we've participated in UN processes addressing the unmet human rights needs of older persons, including the Open-Ended Working Group on Ageing, where we've attended since the 4th working session in 2013. In that group, we've been calling for a convention to address the gaps and deficiencies in human rights protections for older persons, many of which have been laid bare by the COVID-19 pandemic, the impacts of digital divide, climate change and natural disasters. You have heard earlier today the independent expert on the enjoyment of all human rights by older persons emphasise the need for a convention in her opening address. Now, while calling for a convention, we have asserted that MIPA, a social development process, cannot alone remedy the legions of abuses and violations that older persons face. It is the invisibility and isolation of older persons, nor has it eliminated entrenched aspects of age discrimination and ageism, now both overwhelmingly prevalent in our communities and in older persons' lives. MIPA itself recognises that human rights and social development are complementary. They are not at odds with each other. They are mutually reinforcing, and in that sense, both essential parts of the global policy landscape and the rule of law. Older persons need both to be guaranteed healthy, safe, and fulfilling lives. MIPA also recognises its own complementarity with human rights standards and relies on human rights to be successful in achieving its objects. A central theme of MIPA includes ensuring the full enjoyment of economic, social and cultural rights and civil and political rights of persons, and the elimination of all forms of violence and discrimination against older persons. This simply cannot be achieved with all of the right tools for the job at hand. Given so many contemporary reports of older persons continuing human rights abuses and violations, this process must take conscious steps to recognise the need for a new specific convention on the human rights of older persons. I thank the Chair.
Thanks very much. I now call on the representative of H12 Foundation to be followed by International Federation on Aging. H12 Foundation, you may have the floor now, please. Thanks. Foundation to be followed by International Federation on Aging. H12 Foundation, you may have the floor now, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak. Perhaps I happen to be one of those few who had attended the Madrid convention as well in this hall.
Foundation to be followed by
There is some audio problem?
International Federation on Aging. H12 Foundation, you may have the floor now.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak. Perhaps I happen to be one of those few who had attended the Madrid convention as well.
Foundation to be followed by
There is some audio problem.
International Federation on Aging. Okay, so please bear with us. We're having some technical difficulties. We may ask the Secretary to please fix. Thank you.
Perhaps I happen to be one of those few who had attended the Madrid convention as well. What is happening now?
Foundation to be followed by International Federation on Aging. Okay, so please bear with us. We're having some technical difficulties. We may ask the Secretary to please fix. Thank you.
Perhaps I happen to be one of those few who had attended the Madrid.
Okay, so let me call for now International Federation on Aging. You have the floor, please. Can I please ask International Federation on Aging to push the button request to speak?
Yes, Madam. I believe that I'm online now. Is that correct?
Okay, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Your Excellencies and distinguished colleagues. My name is Jane Barrett, Secretary General of the International Federation on Aging, an international non-government organisation whose membership base comprises government, civil society, industry, academia and individuals. We appreciate the opportunity to provide a statement today at this unique opportunity, the Asia Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting on the 4th Review and Appraisal of MIPA. I would like to, in this statement, try and make some connections to promote and strengthen multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder partnering to foster healthy ageing, and in particular, bring to the fore the UN Decade of Healthy Ageing, the interrelationship and the alignment with and support of the implementation of the UN Madrid International Plan of Action on Ageing, and of course, the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Sustainable Development Goals. Population ageing is transformative. It's a force that impacts the social, health and economic fabric of every single country around the world. By 2030, which marks the end of the decade of healthy ageing and almost MIPA plus 30, the number of people aged 60 and over will be 34% higher than today. In the context of the lives of current and future generations of older people, MIPA and the MIPA review and its extensive consultation highlights both developments, opportunities, and the need to be on the ground and delve more deeply into specific country issues. Of particular importance to the IFA, civil society and many governments is the fact that older people and also those with underlying health conditions have faced the most significant risks from COVID. But pre-COVID, they did also. Yet these people are neither invisible nor powerless. In this space of both tragedy and opportunity, it is older people and civil society that are the glue of solidarity globally, nationally, locally, and at a country level. Let us talk about the resilience of older people. It is critical to the process of healing and recovery. It's a reminder of where they are situated in multiple previous crises and emergency situations. But the health and well-being and the functional ability of all citizens, and especially older people, must be at the forefront of a review of the systems of national policy and programs. Lives, livelihoods and economies are in jeopardy when people and the systems in which they live and work are disconnected or do not have a common agenda. The International Federation on Ageing works to bring unlike together, to develop the foundations of function and functional ability. My remaining comments focus on the demand for long-term care, which will inevitably increase, and COVID-19 pandemic has laid bare the recurring issues faced by the absence of a long-term care sector or an inadequate, irregulated long-term care sector. And it also includes financial stability, the workloads, the inadequate working conditions for family caregivers and kin. To protect the rights of caregivers and to build long-term care systems, which is one of the 4 action areas of the decade, we need them to be financially and socially sustainable. There is a need to improve working conditions by fair compensation, remuneration, and benefits for all caregivers. Economic security in later life is an essential prerequisite for the realisation of all human rights, a notion that is anchored firmly in the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Economic security, which includes protection, social protection, is essential to prevent older persons from falling into poverty. Parallel to and intersects the 3 priority areas of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Ageing. What we are here to do and going forward is to create that environment that enables older people to do what they have reason to value. The right to health, economic and social security in later life requires formal acknowledgement through a legal binding instrument. The IFA is honoured to be able to deliver this intervention at this important meeting alongside colleagues from civil society and most importantly, member states in the region. And together we will advocate for the rights of older people, which must be protected and respected. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I now call on the representative of the Development Welfare and Research Foundation, or DWRF. You may have the floor now, please.
Respected Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Yeah. I, Mala Kapoor Shankadas, as founder of Development, Welfare and Research Foundation, am happy and honored to have an opportunity to share my work at the national, regional, and global level. Since the adoption of MIPA and as aging population in almost all nations is steadily increasing, my activities have raised awareness on rights of older people, on recognizing the contribution of older men and women in families, communities, in various economic activities through their resilience. By interacting with older people, we have encouraged them to ask as electorate for suitable policies, programs, services, and facilities, as well as legislative measures which protect and safeguard their interests. Through discussion meetings, inviting government officials, representatives from international, national organizations, and experts, we have reflected on concerns of older people with focus on sustainable solutions. These interactions have led to sharing practices on combating elder abuse, strengthening intergenerational bonds, and taking forward discourses that allow deeper understanding and impacts of demographic and epidemiological transitions taking place. Some recent initiatives have related to coping with disasters, especially the COVID-19 pandemic, facilitating digital and technological inclusion, and adopting active aging practices. All these set of activities, be it research-oriented or providing theoretical underpinnings or having policy and programmatic implications, have over the years promoted taking forward MIPA priority directions. In the last 4 years, particularly my work on a personal level through my writings and as part of my NGO activities has looked critically at connections between implementation of MIPA, the SDG framework, and decade of healthy aging. Certain challenges are seen in the region which needs to be overcome, and I want to stress on the urgent need to mainstream aging correlated with gender considerations in all societies. Together, we should push for universalization of pensions, secure future of work, and social protection. These are urgently required in many countries in the region, along with making provisions for long-term care, planning growth of geriatric medicine with wider reach out and accessibility in rural, remote, and urban areas. Making all spaces and provisions age-friendly and enabling is pertinent as much as it is to focus on digital literacy for all ages and all sections of the society. Emphasis on researching and collecting robust aging data cannot be undermined as we work towards the silver jubilee of MIPA in the next 5 years. Thank you for your patient listening, Madam Chair, and all the participants.
Okay, thank you very much. I now call on the representative of the Foundation for Older Persons Development. You now have the floor, please.
Okay, Chair, I'm Janvit Bisot Songkram, representing the Foundation for Older Person Development, or FOPDEP, a national non-governmental organization based in Thailand. Population aging in Thailand and in Asia and the Pacific region has brought both challenge and opportunities, but most attending has exaggerated the negative impacts, reflecting a misguided social protection toward older people and aging. In reality, older people are significant contributors to family, societies, and national economy. If you don't see them as a resource for strengthening the economy, and building society, then you are publishing a self-fulfilling prophecy that they are a problem. Based on FOPDEP's experience directly working with older women and men in community, many of them work to support families. Many contribute to the community development. For example, leading or actively working alongside the young generation on climate change adaptation. Being volunteer to provide care and support to dependent peers, and participating in the development of community plans and strategies. Many of them, particularly older women, care for grandchildren and stick the disabled family members, allowing them adult family members to work. We urge the government and all stakeholders to view older women and men as a resource rather than a burden and invest in the growing segment of the population to address their needs and promote their full participation and contribute to national development. Gender consideration should be integrated into all efforts to ensure gender equality and fully tap into the potential of women. Those can be achieved through different efforts, including promoting older people association as their networks to serve as a mechanism for their participation in development. 8 inclusive work and employment. 8 inclusive community-based climate change adaptation initiative to fully benefit from their local knowledge and lifelong experiences. The last one is strengthening the aged care and old age pension system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I now call on the representative of Age Well Foundation. You may now have the floor. Age Well, please request to speak. Please unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Please turn on your camera. We cannot see you. We can hear you, but we cannot see you. Please turn on your camera.
Okay. Am I visible now?
Age Well, please request to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Himanshu Rath from Age Well Foundation,
Please
India.
unmute your
Good
microphone.
afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Please turn on your camera.
All done now? Everything is good now? Okay. I am Himanshu Rath from Age Well Foundation, India. We are in special consultative status with United Nations since 2011. And we have been working in this sector since 1999. Perhaps I happen to be one of the few people in this meeting who also attended the Madrid Convention. In India, presently we have close to 140 million old people, which is perhaps second largest in the world. And therefore, we have greater responsibility towards welfare of older people. We in India work with a network of about 80,000 volunteers and presently interact with more than 25,000 old people on a daily basis. That's a huge number. And while doing this, we have so far published 44 national research reports with sample size of anything between 10,000 to 100,000. Now, these reports, many of these reports are also available on UN website, and they are otherwise available on our website at agewellfoundation.org for anyone to refer to. The present condition of older people is rather compromised because of the COVID-19. When it started, all fingers were pointed at older people, that perhaps they are the most vulnerable. And this resulted in complete isolation of old people by families, by society, by everyone. And they were the ones who suffered the most. Medication was not available to them. Approaching a doctor was not available to them. There were so many compromises. But the biggest and the worst was, you see, we all work towards a better tomorrow. And suddenly, most old people realize that probably there is no tomorrow now. With the result, the desperation levels went up. And because most people were, during the lockdown, within the four walls around the world, and relationships started snapping at each other. Everyone started snapping at each other, and the entire ecosystem for old people is very, very, very compromised even now. Financial insecurity has creeped in. No knowledge about what is going to happen with my grandchildren is another compromise. And somehow, larger number of older people are women. And there is hardly any focus ever on older women anywhere. Unfortunately, policies are being made by bureaucrats around the world. And most bureaucrats are below 60. So they themselves are not old people themselves, and they don't realize the needs of an older person. And therefore, large number of policies are being made, but most of these policies you check anywhere in the world, including India. The policies are there on paper, but in terms of implementation, there is very limited exercise. Now, every time there is a meeting at UN level, even at MIPA level, the government representatives make tall claims. But what is there on the ground? There is hardly anything happening so far as older people are concerned in any country. Most of the places, these are tall claims made by the government authorities, and unless we all collectively start looking at it in a more comprehensive manner, these meetings will carry on. We have been participating in every single deliberation at open-ended working group in New York. 11 sessions have gone by. Nothing happens. Even government representatives, the governments don't even send their representatives. This time, when the meeting took place, there were only about 67 countries which participated, though all of them have their missions in New York. Even in this meeting, what is happening? How many country representatives are there on behalf of the government? So we all have to, yes, there are great plans. Yes, there are advocates. Yes, everybody is talking about old people and their needs, but we hardly do anything. This is the biggest problem. Unless we start looking at older people as a consolidated part of our society, nothing will happen, because everybody talks about elder abuse, everybody talks about human rights of older people, but no sensitization is done. No textbooks talks about older people. There is hardly any initiative for digital literacy for older people. We have been conducting digital literacy classes for last 7 years. More than 100,000 people have been trained, but how does it help? Every old person you come across, they might have a smartphone in hand, but how many of them actually know how to use a smartphone? So the whole scenario is so complex that unless we all collectively start complementing each other as advocates for older people and also as government officials, the bureaucrats come into a job for 2 years, 3 years, they make some half-hearted policy and disappear. which is never implemented. We all need to work in that direction, and we all are like in this field. We all are talking about it. So let's.
I'm sorry, please wrap up. Please wrap up.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. I now call on the representative of International Longevity Center, Global Alliance Limited, Australia. You have the floor now, please.
Hello. Thank you. Hello, Madam Chair, and hello, everybody who's listening. My name's Julie Biles. I'm the co-president of the International Longevity Centre Global Alliance, and I'm also representing the Australian Association of Gerontology. So I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this review process. We would like to make the following points. Ageing is a lifelong process, with older age being another part of life. There's no such thing as the elderly, with great variations across ages and stages of people classified as old, and great variations between people. And these variations are incredibly important when we're considering the needs of our First Nations peoples and other groups like people who've moved from another country, or people with low socioeconomic status, and other people with particular circumstances that may disadvantage them in their older age. We also argue that there's a wide window of opportunity to promote healthy ageing across the life course and to protect against disease and disability, and we're not making enough of that window. There's also a long tail of prevention where we can help even those with disease and disability to avoid further consequences, regain abilities, and be supported to have meaningful quality of life. And long-term care is an important part of this long tail. We've been studying older women in the Australian Longitudinal Study on Women's Health, and we estimate that from around age 78, a woman will spend 8 years without using any aged care, 5 years using care that's provided to them in the community and in their home to support them to stay at home, and 2.5 years in some form of residential aged care, or if you like, a nursing home. We argue that aged care is a normal part of later life for these women. Home care services can delay admission to residential aged care. However, our data show the level of home care is frequently inadequate to meet this goal, with most women using a low volume of a few home services. Much needs to be done to increase more community aged care services, to make sure that they're accessed earlier, and to increase the opportunities for prevention and reablement within the aged care services. We would also argue strongly for better and more seamless integration between healthcare and aged care. Healthy ageing, prevention, and aged care are all part of the same system, but with different goals and actions depending on the person's life stage and circumstances. Aged care is the long tail of the prevention pathway. Even very frail old people can maintain their capacities, regain strengths and abilities, and can prevent future loss and decline. Care should support what people can do rather than only compensating for what they can't do. The World Health Assembly is calling for every country to adopt a long-term care system. We've been working within the International Longevity Centre Global Alliance to define long-term care from a human rights perspective, and to develop and apply a framework that can be used to make person-centred international comparisons of long-term care systems across different country settings and highlighting exemplars of best practice. The Global Alliance has also been working to highlight various approaches to prevention in an ageing world, with this work led by ILC UK, and to work with the UN Commission on the Status of Women to maintain older women on their agenda. The Global Alliance is in strong support of the need for a convention on the rights of older persons, strongly holding that we need protections of specific rights of older people and to set community standards that we should operate to enable these rights. We also strongly support the collection and use of age and gender disaggregated data to gauge the effectiveness of these human rights protections. We also encourage use of longitudinal and linked routinely collected data on healthcare and aged care use to enable planning and assessment of equity of use and the outcomes of services for older people. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much. I now call on the Mission of Bangladesh. If somebody's online, you may now have the floor, please. Mission of Bangladesh. Okay, I don't think Bangladesh is online right now, so I now call on the representative of HelpAge. You may now have the floor.
Ministers, representatives of government, friends, as Chief Executive of HelpAge International, I'm honoured to be able to speak to you directly at this vital Asia-Pacific intergovernmental meeting. 20 years ago at the Second World Assembly on Ageing in April 2002, the Madrid International Plan of Action on Ageing was adopted by general consensus, the first global agreement that commits governments to include ageing in all social and economic development policies. MIPA is also significant as it mainstreams ageing into the global human rights agenda, confirming the promotion of and protection of older persons' fundamental rights are essential for the creation of a society for all ages. Since then, every 5 years, we've engaged in a systematic review, and HelpAge and its partners have continued to play a role this time across the world and especially in the Asia-Pacific region. We've been convening meetings with our network members to promote collaboration and to strengthen organisations' capacity to connect with national governments and to inform their findings. Though, the outcome of the fourth review show once again there has been limited progress, and it varies greatly depending on each region. Asia Pacific does lead the way, but there are still significant gaps, and we're all underperforming in our efforts to mainstream ageing issues and the specific needs of older people into government national policies. At HelpAge, we see three key challenges. Firstly, MIPA is not a legally binding instrument. Government reporting on its implementation is also voluntary. Secondly, there is a lack of international cooperation to support low-income and middle-income countries. MIPA commits states to provide this support, but it has not materialised. Thirdly, there is a lack of resources provided for this. At the UN level, a lack of resources provided for the technical support that was due to be available for states, and a lack of resources to support a bottom-up MIPA review involving older people to really assess the impact on the quality of their life. MIPA is particularly useful to guide states where there is already political will to take action. But at HelpAge, we believe we need a UN Convention on the rights of older people as well. We believe it would strengthen MIPA implementation and fill the remaining gaps in the rights framework. Both are needed to bring about the necessary social and political changes. They are complementary to each other and mutually reinforcing. We are faced with global challenge and an opportunity because of population ageing. We need the political will and support to meet this. MIPA must be strengthened, resources must be provided to it, and a UN convention must be agreed to. If not, support to older people will remain weak and inadequate, and communities will not thrive, and states will end up dealing with greater problems further down the road. Thank you very much for your time. I wish you a successful and productive conference.
I now call on the distinguished delegate of Bangladesh. You may now have the floor, please. I'm sorry, we cannot hear you and we cannot see you. Sorry, we cannot hear.
Oh, there he is
Oh, we
on.
can see you now, but we cannot hear you.
Me, Mujammel here, are also from Bangladesh. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. So, I can present my country, if you allow, on behalf of Mr. Kamrul Hassan Chaudhry. May I carry on?
Please proceed.
Thank you. You know that according to UN, Bangladesh also considered 60 or above persons are older. In 1991, old age population was 6 million. That was increased in 2011, 11.19 million. The rate of increase was 1.37% in Bangladesh. If this rate continues, it will be about 20% will increase in 2015. You know that our crude death rate is decreasing day by day, and our elder person is increasing. Our government has taken some initiatives to take care of the elder person. In fiscal year 2020 and 21, 4.9 million people have received older allowance, 500 BDT per month, and in our total budget in the last fiscal year, it was 34,445 million BDT. In most poverty-prone, 112 Upazila covered 100% eligible elder person allowance scheme, and government is trying to increase it. And our old person takes their allowance through G2P system, that is government to that person through mobile banking system, and we send this money through EFT, electronic fund transfer. And we are also giving elder allowance to our freedom fighters. All of them are now old. About 1,87,219 million freedom fighters are receiving honorarium per month, 20,000 per month. Government has taken project for establishing 3,000 house for freedom fighter. According to our policy, 4% of lease money received from our marketplaces used for the development of freedom fighters. All of them are now old. Legal initiatives taken by the government, that is National Policy on Older Person in 2013. And an act has been enacted in our country in 2013. That is called Parental Care Act. The role of this act is trying to improve the condition of the elder people. And we have formulated a national policy in 2013. Special emphasis on the protection of the elderly in the National Social Security Strategy has been enacted in our country in 2015. Every year, government is giving statement regularly through UN mission to open-ended working group on aging in favor of calling UN Convention for older people. Regularly, interministerial meetings are held to review the progress of the steps taken by the government. We have digital database for the elder person. And we are establishing old age homes through government. 8 old homes are just going to be established in within 2013 in 8 divisional areas.
I'm sorry, please wrap up.
We have future plan also. Establishment of palliative care centers for the elderly dying or incurable diseases. Veterans Development Foundation, legislation and establishment of Veterans Development Foundation. Establishment of service pools for the able-bodied seniors. Initiative to ensure special benefits for the elderly in access of all government services, including medical care and transportation. Inclusion of geriatric care and medicine in medical college hospitals. Introduction of veterinary services, corners in hospital social services websites. Arrangements of vocational training and employment for the elderly in remote areas.
I'm sorry, please wrap up. You have used up your allotted time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. I now call on the representative of ITU. You may now have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Atsuko Okuda, Regional Director of the ITU Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, based in Bangkok. I would like to thank ESCAP to invite ITU to this important intergovernmental meeting. The International Telecommunication Union is the UN agency specialized for information and communication technology with the mandate of connecting the unconnected by 2030. Our development work covers a wide range of topics with focus on digital inclusion of vulnerable groups in society, including youth, women, people with disability, and older people. In our rapidly aging societies in Asia and the Pacific, how to support older people with digital connectivity and digital technology has become a topic of emerging importance, especially under COVID restrictions. According to ITU's Facts and Figures 2021, 4.9 billion people were reported to be online, with an unparalleled increase of approximately 800 million internet users between 2019 and 2021, due partly to the COVID impact. However, there are still 2.9 billion people unconnected, and 96% of them are living in developing countries. For most economies, the internet use gap between 75 plus years and 15 to 74 are wide, at more than 50 percentage points in over half of the economies where data is available. In Norway, for example, it is 7 percentage point difference, while in Kazakhstan, the difference is 80 percentage points. In addition to the numbers, there are also safety issues among older internet users. Without digital literacy, some of the older internet users unfortunately became victims of online fraud and cyber attacks. At the same time, digital connectivity and technology provide them with unparalleled opportunities to access medical and healthcare and government services, enjoy online services such as e-commerce, and being connected for their active social and economic participation in society. In order to support government policies and initiatives for older people, ITU has been working with other UN agencies such as WHO to promote the use of digital technology designed for older people. For example, in Thailand, ITU is in the process of developing an M-Aging program which focuses on a holistic well-being of older people with mobile technology. ITU is delighted to continue working with UN agencies such as ESCAP and WHO member countries and partners to promote the use of digital technology for older people so as to leave no one offline. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on the representative of WHO Western Pacific Region. You may now have the floor.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, in recent decades, our region has made great progress in public health improvements, such as enabling more people to live longer and healthier lives. I would like to emphasize with population aging, good health is a prerequisite for a productive society and sustainable development. Good health is the foundation of well-functioning societies, communities, and families. As demonstrated during the COVID-19 pandemic, people's health and well-being are much more relevant to the 2030 agenda than ever. When we look to the future, there are shared concerns that unite countries to work together, including non-communicable diseases and the profound implications of rapid population aging. To address our concerns and meet future challenges, countries are recommended to develop a long-term agenda for and take action on transforming health and social systems. The UN Decade of Healthy Aging is an opportunity to bring about transformative change and improve the health and well-being of older people. Population aging is not a challenge, but an opportunity, as good health yields high returns for a human, social, and economic perspective. Healthy aging is vital to the progressive realization of the rights of all older people to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health. Investing in healthy aging and creating more social participation opportunities for older people can mitigate health spending and improve people's ability to contribute to society. Fostering healthy aging requires reorienting the health system from a single disease episode focus towards services which accompany people throughout their lives, grounded in community-based integrated care, building on existing primary health care. Addressing social determinants of health is similarly important, as health is significantly affected by various factors outside the health system. We should amplify innovations in technology, social entrepreneurship, grounds-up solutions, which can accelerate our progress towards healthy aging. For instance, connecting the health sector and other relevant sectors through social prescribing can support communities to tailor services and meet the needs of preferences of older people. As our society is increasingly digitalized, digital inclusion is an emerging social determinant of health. Supporting digital inclusion could have positive effects on optimizing other social determinants and advancing health and well-being into older age. Stronger multi-sectoral partnerships and a decade of concerted action can create healthy environments and more opportunities that enable people to do what they value throughout their lives. WHO is working with countries to transform health and social systems towards healthy aging. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I now call on the representative of the UNFPA. You may now have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies and distinguished delegates and participants, on behalf of United Nations Population Fund, or UNFPA, in the occasion of the 4th Regional Review of Appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Actions on Aging, I would like to start by thanking ESCAP and all of the member states to involve us in the critical opportunity for the regional development. Population aging is often brought on by individuals living longer, largely attributable to socioeconomic advances. This phenomenon is further fueled by low fertility rates observed in some of the countries in the region. Population aging, without a doubt, is an achievement of sustainable development, and older persons have much to contribute. In many countries, older persons are responsible for looking after the grandchildren and tend to have more time to volunteer and contribute to local communities than those who are economically active. However, far too often older persons are left behind, with women bearing the brunt. Women constitute the majority of the oldest old, those above 80 years of old. And due to men's greater lifetime earnings in most countries, there is an increasing feminization of the poverty among the older women. The challenges that older persons face in our region have been made much more profound amid the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. As a custodian of the landmark program of action that stemmed from the 1994 International Conference on Population and Development, or ICPD, with its visions of rights and choices for all, UNFPA is increasingly being called upon by governments and civil society partners to help strategize and support policies to address population aging in these regions and globally. Our life cycle approach, with gender equality and social inclusion at its core, can support all generations so as to address fundamental societal and human rights issues revealed by rapid population aging and extreme fertility decline. This will require us to promote healthy lifestyles throughout the life course and ensure lifelong choices of the pregnancy, childbirth, and childbearing in the both context of low and high fertility. Strengthening social policy to ensure all individuals can attain education, decent work, and have access to the social safety nets to reduce the concentration of poverty in older populations. Eliminate discrimination against older persons or ageism through the promotion of social inclusions and age-friendly environment to transform society towards healthy aging. And then recognize the knowledge gap on sexual health of older persons and address any issues based on the ICPD principles. I hope that not only essential components of the MIPA review and appraisal, but also the series of the conversations and the discussions we have in and out of the meeting rooms will lead efforts to address the population aging to a new level of achievement. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I see that there are no more delegations who wish to take the floor. Distinguished members, we have successfully discussed Agenda Item 2. I trust that the Secretariat will reflect these deliberations in the proceedings of this meeting. I believe we have effectively reviewed progress and challenges in accelerating the implementation of the MIPA in Asia and the Pacific. We have identified success stories, lessons learned, emerging issues, and remaining challenges. We have also comprehensively identified the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on older persons and their families. I call on all of us to advance implementation of MIPA on the ground. Many of the areas requiring further work remain especially relevant in the context of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and for building back better from the ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic. I urge all of us to take forward-looking steps to ensure that we accelerate the implementation of MIPA in Asia and the Pacific. Tomorrow, we shall return to this room at 900 hours to start our deliberations on Agenda Item 3 on consideration of key regional issues within the framework of the Madrid Plan of Action together with emerging issues. The chair will preside over the meeting in the morning, followed by the distinguished vice chair, Her Excellency Ms. Mazia Che Yusof, Secretary General of the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development of Malaysia, who will guide the deliberations under this agenda item in the afternoon. I ask all delegations to please check their names on the meeting's website so they can be correctly reflected in the procedural report of the meeting. Please indicate any discrepancies to the Secretariat by 30th of June, noontime. I now invite the Secretary of the meeting to make some housekeeping announcements.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with Agenda Item 3. For the delegates based in Bangkok, please keep your meeting badge with you. When you arrive at the entrance gate tomorrow morning, please show it to the security officers at the gate to be allowed to enter the compound. Before leaving the room, please ensure that you have your valuables and personal belongings with you. For participants on Kudo, you may use the same connection link given to you to access the meeting tomorrow. For those on YouTube Live, the link is available on the meeting website, and we look forward to seeing you again. Please go to the Program tab and then click on Watch Live Day 2. Thank you and have a wonderful evening, and over to you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Secretary. The meeting is now adjourned.